All right, we're live. It's late, sorry. I still have a sleep disorder. Yay. It's been a fun couple days with a sleep disorder. Just so you guys get like what living with me must be like. Yesterday, I slept for about 14 hours. Today, I slept for about 3 hours, and I just like woke up. Like it was supposed to be just a short nap, and it turned out to be 3 hours. But yeah, I woke up shortly before the stream at like it was about midnight. So I had to quickly try to set it up and eat some dinner because I hadn't eaten anything. Yay, I love having a sleep disorder. Welcome, folks. We're here for Big Bug Lore, and yeah, today is the 5th entry into the Cursed Footage Challenge, which I will explain a little bit. I'll talk a little bit about that later, in case you guys missed what it is. But it's the 5th day, and we're working on the prompt Historical, which we are taking as an opportunity to do one little image for one of the next parts of Megalomorpha. We're gonna do that twice during this challenge. Yeah, once will be today, and the other one will be on Sunday for the prompt ritual. I mean, if all goes to plan, I'm still beholden to change my mind, but I think for the ritual prompt, I will work on a different story for Megalomorpha, because I'm weirdly enough concurrently working, or I haven't really started working seriously on either, but I have 2 ideas for 2 Megalomorpha stories I want to do. So yeah, I'm trying to work like concurrently on them. So yeah, welcome, folks. At least you look cheerful. Yeah, I just woke up from a nap, so I'm feeling a bit rested. The evening I was half dead for being awake too long, but it's fine. I had to take care of some Patreon stuff. So, are bugs friends? No, they're evil. Fell asleep during the werewolf ivories. Can I see how it turned out? Yeah, I'll show you later. No worries. You very hungry caterpillar. Wishing you were a fly on the wall. Stephanie's just coming up with very good ideas for next parts of the Megalomorpha series, like ants in your pants. Interpret that one as you will. So, talking about flies on the wall, that's going to be the one we're going to be working on Sunday. It's going to be about a big fly. Still don't know what type of fly, but some kind of big fly that eats dead people. And this one that we're going to be working on today, we're never going to see the bug. It's going to be one of those where we only see it through other people's eyes. Let me explain a bit what was the kind of inspiration behind this little thing. Let me grab a couple links for you guys. Let's see. I can't. Hold on. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to be, for the part we're going to be working on today, I'm collabing with another artist called Matsko, and he's fantastic. He draws some. Here you got the Twitter, and let me see, where is the Instagram as well. They've been posting a lot to Instagram. So yeah, Misco Draws. That's their handle on at least on Instagram, and they have this really beautiful painterly style that kind of reminds me a lot of Impressionism and their use of color. So we were chatting about doing something like something we could collab on together, and we ended up coming to the idea of what if we had a character in a part of Megalomorpha that was an impressionist painter. So we'll try to like imitate the style of the time. He can do some fantastic art in that style. Like we'll take the digital art and we will turn it, we'll give it some texture, etc., to make it feel more physical. So yeah, tunnel snakes. Yeah, that's his Twitter handle. Yeah, but it's fantastic, and he's from Ukraine. So we are going to be working, the character we're going to be working on, this protagonist for this story, is also going to be Ukrainian. So yeah, excited for that. Bee in your bonnet. That's a very appropriate one, because we were thinking of using a bee for the design of this bug, and well, it's all gonna be about an artist, so I guess a bonnet fits. Big Bug Van Gogh. Van Gogh, yeah. Hope your partner is safe. He's living in California. He's living in America. So he is safe. But yeah, we want to take the opportunity to set the story over in Ukraine and kind of, you know, Ukrainian countryside, and, you know, using with one of the people creating it and writing it, being from there, we'll be able to draw a lot from personal experience, which will be very nice. There will be themes and stuff. So here's a very basic concept of what we want to do. We want to have this character, this artist. He's trained in Paris. He has a very promising career ahead. He's like multi-talented. He does paintings, he does sculpture, he writes. It's like, you know, a brilliant creative mind that at some point goes back to this little town in Ukraine, well, modern day Ukraine, right? That would be the Russian Empire at that point, or under the Russian Empire. So goes back to his little town and has a weird encounter. He finds what he thinks is an angel. Obviously, we know it is a Megalomorpha. We never get to see this angel. There's no photography of it. We only get to see what he creates to try to describe this one strange encounter. He becomes obsessed with it to the point where it's, you know, he kind of drops his whole art career and stays in this like tiny Ukrainian town, just trying to paint and paint the scene that he experienced, and draw like do sculptures of angels and bugs and these kinds of mixed up concepts like that, and doing some writing. He's just trying to describe the scene through his art. And we still don't know exactly how we're gonna end it, but the idea would be that he just wants to like rejoin this angel and become like one with the angel. So he's already been brainwashed through this one single encounter, and this artist has already been brainwashed by the bug into, you know, becoming one with the bugs, which is entering their cocoon during or entering the pupa during metamorphosis, while the bugs are all liquidy and fusing with them in that way, which will give you a creature like the Alfredo in the last part. So he already becomes convinced that is what he needs to do, just on one single encounter. Eventually, he just disappears, and we assume he managed to find the bug again, and he managed to finally have this desire of fusing with him. Okay, that said, hi Pyrotechnics. Stephanie still hasn't. You still haven't run out of bug expressions. I love that. So the idea here in lore terms is to have the inner process of someone's mind as they are being brainwashed live. you know, they're kind of brainwashed to this one encounter. We're doing it very like, it's gonna be like very direct like that. But we essentially want to show that process of how the artist convinced himself that he has to become one with the bug and stuff in just through his art. But yeah, we thought this would be fun. I'm excited to do a little collab for Megalomorpha, because I tend to do these alone. But it's good. It's good to have some more hands on deck. So of course, Matsko will be doing the painting in that impressionist style. I'll be doing the sculpture, and I'll be putting things together, and then in terms of the writing, we'll probably do a little bit each, something like this. It'll be, of course, like written in Ukrainian, translated to English or something like that. Maybe even written in French, since he's supposed to be studying in Paris. So maybe he tries to write in French, which I could manage, or I could manage at least a translation. Mark this flea, and mark in this how little that which thou deniest me is. It sucked me first, and now it sucks thee. And in this flea are two bloods mingled be. That's cool. Thank you for sharing, Stephanie. So I'm showing the little bug statue, angel statue that I did a while ago, because that's gonna be, you know, kind of the vibe we want to go for. Took 2 French courses and retained nothing except oui. Well, that's already something. Okay, so a little bit of context, more general context for what we're doing these days. We're streaming every single day for 10 days. We started last Sunday, and we're finishing next Tuesday. So it's going to be 10 total days of streaming and 10 total pieces. It might actually be more, because yesterday we did 2, for example. It's all centered around the theme of found footage. So this challenge, which I called Cursed Footage, is creating 10 pieces of art in 10 days all around the found footage genre, with 10 prompts. So what we've gone through so far, I'm going to show you what I've done for the other ones. Let's see. The first one, the curse. I did a creepypasta. I just did separate, like, independent pieces for each thing. Some of them are revisiting old things, some of them are original. So day 1, the curse, we did a version of this classic creepypasta image, smile dog, and we just kind of recreated it with a bit more detail. I really always found this one creepy as a kid, so it's fun to like revisit it in a different way. For the second one, experiment, we did the human carcinization experiment, part 2. So a lot of what I want to do with this 10-day challenge is revisiting old stuff, revisiting like old concepts that I've liked, and that I want to find like another take on, essentially. So if you see the original here, let me see. Where is it? What's the browser? There we go. I'll show you guys what that is in a moment. This is the original here. This is what we did. A live version of it. Return to Crab, indeed. So that was for prompt 2, experiment. For the third prompt, folklore, we did 2 things. The initial idea for this folklore prompt was doing something for the Lycanthrope series. If you don't know what the Lycanthrope series, it's a whole like world building universe where werewolves are real, and they are kind of secretly living in society, and there's such things as secret knights orders of werewolves in the Middle Ages, those kinds of things, right? It's a whole like world building parallel history thing with some just werewolves everywhere. So what we did, I think I got this one in my desktop. Where is it? Well, if I can find it, here it is, Lycaon. So we did this ivory carving for that one. It represents a scene from a Greek myth turned Christian in this universe, where a ancient powerful king from Arcadia, sorry, in an effort to try to trick Zeus, in the day of the animal sacrifice, he instead sacrifices one of his children to see if Zeus will notice the difference. Zeus, of course, notices, and as a punishment for doing this horrible thing, he turns Lycaon into a wolf. Lycaon will then, keep trucking, keep being a king, and will have 50 sons that will spread all across ancient Greece and become kings and found cities. Of course, this is all myth and legend, but to the lycanthropes of this world, it's kind of their creation myth. It's how they think they were, they appeared in the world. Obviously, as times change, the beliefs around the story change as well. The details of the story change. As Christianity comes in and the werewolves become super Catholic, they change Zeus into the Christian god, of course. So this is that version with the Christian god striking down Lycaon right after. We got the sword here and the dead child with the gash on there. So we can see just sacrificed his own child, and he's getting struck down and turned into a horrible wolf. So yeah, that's what we did, kind of the origin story of the lycanthropes. We didn't post this one yet, because it's going to be, we're going to do some more art for it, myself and some other friends, to kind of fill in this story and turn it into a little thread about the story of Lycaon, and this kind of very important origin myth to the lycanthropes. So there we go, that's what we got. We did that for folklore, and then, because yesterday we were crazy and we streamed for 7 hours, we did another one for folklore. This one is a piece more. I think it fits the prompt a bit more. This piece is based on the folklore of Asturias, where I come from, and it's a small region in the north of Spain, with that's always been fairly isolated because it's kind of there's mountains all around it. So it was originally a Celtic area, with a really important Celtic culture. Really big seafarers that transmitted that culture up to the British Isles, where it survives to this day. So a lot of the same myths, a lot of the same legends that, of course, they did survive to this day. So it has a very interesting melting pot of folklore with a lot of Celtic origins, filtered and transmitted throughout the years. So this specifically is a little creature called El Sumicio. It's not necessarily a frog, that was just a take on it that I did. El Sumicio is more than anything a personification of the void, of absolute nothingness. It's sometimes people draw it. If you look for El Sumicio and you look on Google Images, you'll mostly see little house elves, because it's been kind of mistaken for another creature called El Trasco, which is a little house elf that also does kind of similar things, he'll steal stuff and misplace it. But there's a different one. El Sumicio is most often seen in the expression, the Sumicio swallowed it. When you had something right in front of you, you lose track of it for a second, and then it's not there anymore. You're like, where did I put this? The void must have swallowed it. So that's El Sumicio, that representation of the void, to the point where you can also apply that expression to people. You can say, hey, We were supposed to meet half an hour ago. Where's Eduardo? Someone says, must have been swallowed by El Sumicio. That sort of thing. So, El Sumicio, we did a little take on it. And for some reason, what came to my mind was a frog with a big mouth, just swallowing things like a void. So that's what we did. El Sumicio. Frog is just waiting for the bugs. Busy as a bee. You have a lot of bee idioms, yeah, in English, that's true. You catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. So yeah, this is El Sumicio, the second thing we did for the folklore prompt. That was a fun one. And then, yesterday, apart from El Sumicio, we did the thing for the fourth prompt, which is infection. And we did this parasitic isopod that eats your tongue and then takes its place. This is a real thing in fishes. Fishes have this parasite. So it's a tiny little isopod that will enter through their gills. It will make its way into the mouth. And it will cut off the blood vessels that go to the tongue, essentially like leaving it bloodless and letting the tongue die, so the tongue eventually falls off. And the isopod just scuttles in there, takes the tongue's place, and, you know, eats whatever the fish eats, or saliva, blood. It's just like, it's a parasite at the end of the day. But it takes the place of an organ, which is very interesting. So I figured, let's apply this to humans. Apparently, I'm not the first one to think this. The movie The Bay and some other book, I don't recall, also had this similar idea. So we haven't been the first ones to think about this, but it was still a fun little take, a fun little idea, and I enjoyed making this edit. Assume if you ate my homework. I hate it when that happens, yeah. Can I assume if you give my paintbrushes back? Very expensive. I'm sure if you're nice to assume if you maybe leave a little plate of cookies or something, he might just give them back. How do they even get into you? So what I theorized is, since in fishes they get through the gills, I figured that this was like an aerial version of that. So instead of going through the gills, they would go through breathing. So we would inhale the eggs. The eggs would get stuck into the mucous membrane of your nose, where they will hatch. The tiny little isopod will just like walk around, eat around the area, and finally make its way. As it's tiny, you don't even notice it with how tiny it is at this point. It'll make its way to the mouth, and then it will find the blood vessels of the tongue, do the same thing, cut them off. And as the tongue dies, it'll just scuttle in there, take its place. Dropping like flies, flying the ointment. Stephanie, are you just coming up with these? Do you have a list or something? I'm impressed at your memory for idioms, if that's the case. Yeah, so that's how they would get into you in this little fiction that we created. Trigger my phobia for parasites. Well, I'm sorry. So yeah, that was a fun one. That was for the fourth prompt, infection, and for the fifth prompt, historical. We're gonna work on megalomorpha. So there will be no post tomorrow because I won't post this immediately like the others. It's not gonna be a one picture thing. It's gonna be part of a much larger story. So we're gonna be working on it as long as it takes. I don't know how long. We will see. There's no rush. I never rush the parts of megalomorpha because, you know, I'd rather take my time and research well and, you know, do things well, go over the images several times until I'm very happy with them, because megalomorpha is my little darling baby, so I want it to be as good as possible. That's why I'm here. Love getting spooked and unsettled. I am glad. Dredging them up from the depths of my weird little brain. You got a good memory. Damn. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing for the other prompts. For the prompt from the depths, we will be doing a mermaid. I think I still don't know what exact take on a mermaid, but I think we'll be doing essentially a second part to this little fella, this little mermaid here. So that's what we'll do for from the depths. Then for Beyond the Stars, we will do another take on Terry, the meat planet, which I will show as well. So we're going back through like old edits that I love and that people love, and not necessarily updating it, like not redoing the same thing. I don't want to redo the same thing for any of these. That would be a kind of boring. It wouldn't really add anything to their lore, to their world or anything. So this was one I did back in November about a little dwarf planet that is made of meat. Their official name is Shipetotek, but the name that we know it as is Terry the meat planet. Terry the friend planet, exactly. Terry is a nice fella, as scary as it might look. Big old meatball. Yeah, so we'll be doing something with Terry. I don't know exactly what. I think maybe how Terry quote unquote reproduces, which is just separating into two smaller planets, or a smaller one kind of growing from it and then popping out. Hello, Steely. Welcome. I already did the depths and the stars in my infection post. What did you do? Games of Dust, welcome, welcome. And Kerno Art, Kerno, or however you pronounce that, welcome. So for Beyond the Stars, we will be doing Terry. For Ritual here, as I mentioned before, we will also be working on Megalomorpha, but on a different one, not on the one we're working on today with the artist. This part of Megalomorpha is going to be all about death and burials, and there's going to be a big old fly. So kind of like Tio Alfredo with the big mosquito. It's going to be about a big old fly and a whole community of people that for possibly hundreds or even thousands of years has been burying their dead by, quote unquote, burying their dead by giving them to this fly. So the fly has just been munching on them. In terms of the big lore, what we want to show with that one is how the final version of a Megalomorpha, when it fuses with a human and it kind of becomes its final ideal form, it can live for hundreds of thousands of years. It's kind of a near immortal thing. That's why they call them angels, right? They're these, inscrutable, powerful beings. So yeah, we're gonna explore that stage, that final stage of the Megalomorpha life, and we're gonna be showing a little bit more pieces of that puzzle. So yeah, gonna be fun. I still don't have like a lot of the setting, but I do know that I want it to be a community that buries their dead by putting them in a big tower where a huge fly lives. Huge scary fly with some bones too, just like Tio Alfredo. Will you walk into my parlor? Said a spider to a fly. 'Tis the prettiest little parlor that ever you did spy. The way into my parlor is up a winding stair, and I have many pretty things to show you when you're there. Very good. Been a while since I was on Twitch. Had to make a new account. Curious to see what the art section is doing now. Well, I'm kind of the odd one out, I would say, from the art section. I do horror and I do Photoshop. I've slapped pictures together. So if you're new here, that's what I do. Thank you for the follow, Silly. And Crumg? Or Crumg G? I don't know. I don't know how you pronounce that, but welcome. The story part is set on a new Goldilocks planet and follows a diver that went into an underwater cave. That's interesting, Risers. I'll have to check it out. I have to catch up with a lot of the cursed footage stuff. Megalomorph botfly? Yeah, definitely. That sounds like a fun one. It's definitely going to be a type of fly. I don't know which one. Well, that looks scary. We'll see. We'll kind of improvise the type of fly. We'll go with the vibes. Are there any people with a strong enough mental will to resist the brainwashing of Megalomorpha? Possibly. I guess it'll depend on the story. Like in your Insta, and it is weird. I would describe it as such, yeah. Maybe Egyptian Book of the Dead. Maybe, but yeah, they gotta survive to this day because we need to have pictures of them. So I feel like a little isolated community that practices some form of Zoroastrianism or something similar to that. Somewhere in maybe modern day Iran. I don't know. It's gotta like feel isolated, I think, because it has to be this like very little community that not a lot of people know about. So maybe like up in a mountainous area or something. Can that fly talk? No, Megalomorpha can't talk. But they can still convince humans to do their bidding. Fell asleep on yesterday's stream. Got gifted a tier 1 sub. Yeah, that might be Jesus or Squid Skip. Both of them gave out quite a few subs yesterday. Yeah, but you can probably see it in your notifications. You can probably see who gave it to you. Quite swamped with posts to look at. Yeah, there's been a lot I've missed. Been real busy between the streams and some other life stuff. I've been quite busy these past few days, so I try to catch up any little time, a little moment I got. You know, plus sleep things, sleep disorder lifestyle, y'all. Is there a place to read up on new Megalomorpha writing? Yep. Great question. Gonna put a link in the chat. Poor mute Megalomorpha. Oh, no worries. They have their way of communicating. No, they don't have human vocal cords, if that's what any of you guys were wondering. They're silent, but they make themselves understood. So yeah, you got a link in the chat right there for Megalomorpha. That will send you to my website, where I got all of them set up in a little gallery here. Each of these is an individual story that you can read. I recommend more or less reading them from bottom to top. There's not a lot of continuity. Each story is kind of independent. The only one that kind of is different in that sense is this one here with the drawing, because it deals with a character from this story. So the one just below it. I don't think it's super necessary to read them in that order, but I would read this one first and this one second, and after that just whatever order. Like, and maybe just start like this and then make your way up in whatever sense you want. The ones I'm most proud of are these last two ones. They're a bit more complex, a bit longer than the others. This one too. I would say these last three are the ones I'm proudest of, because I've been developing my writing skills as time goes on. I started this way back in 2020, and it was my first. This thing right there. If you guys want some ancient history, this thing right there was my very first horror thing back in 2020. I had done some surreal stuff. You can still see it here. I might remove this from my page because No, I don't think people come here to look at the surreal stuff. I used to do surreal stuff like this, but then I decided to try horror, and that was what I did. A big cocoon found underground, and that kind of set the tone for Megalomorpha. It was the first part of it, and it kind of set the tone. So these two, the beach one and the, I don't know why there's an empty space here, just weird formatting on the pages side, but that's fine. Yeah, these two were the first ever horror things I did, and then I kind of went on from there. Now I want to make a Megalomorpha piece related to Scientology. You're an ex-Scientologist? No kidding. Oh, so fuck Scientology. Good. I'm glad you got out of there. That's it's scary. Definitely scary. I listened to this podcast. I haven't listened to it in a while, but I listened to a podcast called Oh No, Russ and Carrie, where they just kind of go in different cults and weird religions, and they just spend quite a long time there and then tell you their experience. And they kind of go like very, like, they don't go like, oh, we're gonna go and make fun of them. They're like very non-judgmental, which is, I don't know, it's kind of refreshing to see how they're still obviously able to criticize all the you know, all the bad parts of it, but I think they do it in a good way. They approach it in the best way possible. Yeah, I've come so far, thank you, Chaos. Like, you can see the storytelling here for the first one. It's just a couple paragraphs, and it's a very simple, pretty straightforward story. And then in the last one, it's long. It's a lot, very picture based, but still like much more involved, I would say. Legends say that Kafka was inspired by Megalomorpha. Who knows? Maybe he was. Don't search it on stream because I don't want you banned, but if you want some inspiration for horror, learn what a teratoma is. I am a doctor. I know what a teratoma is. Yeah, it's. I do a lot of medical horror too, which I think my background gives me a good starting point for. Yeah, teratomas are definitely like creepy. They're not like dangerous. They're benign tumors. You can just remove them. Many people live with them and they don't even notice. But yeah, they're creepy in essence because they, you know, they have little teeth and hair in them. Yeah, kudos on escaping no easy feat. Absolutely. Can you tape the name of that podcast in Twitch chat? Yeah. It's Oh No, Ross and Carrie. There you go. It's the one I just typed there. They do a lot of, like, they do some long investigations. That's the episodes I'd recommend. You just go back through their feed and go through one of the longer series they have where it's like a whole investigation on, you know, from anything from the Mormons, Scientology, to like weird UFO cults where they believe that aliens are gonna come and save them, and Jesus was an alien and those sorts of things. Really weird UFO religions. They do a ton of things like that. It's really cool, and both of them are like really like well spoken. It's nice. One of my favorite podcasts. Maybe unable to sleep for a couple days after learning about it. Well, you might enjoy the medical horror things I do. Got some here. Gonna show you one. Where's the pupillosarcoma? It's the idea behind this is, and the pictures load slowly here just because I have very large files and I just put them up there on the site. Well, anyway, the idea behind a pupillosarcoma is, what if there was a cancer, but instead of growing like a physical part of your body, like that goes uncontrollably, what if it was the pupil? The pupil is not really a part of your body, it's just the absence of something, it's a hole. So what if this hole kept growing? That was the concept, the very simple concept. So pupil sarcoma is a rare cancerous growth of the pupil. It will rapidly expand and consume nearby structures through an unknown process. Some cases have been linked to mysterious disappearances. There is no known treatment except for the prompt removal of the affected eyes. So it keeps going. Just starts with the eye, goes into the face, and there it goes. Bye-bye. Can you believe that some people believed this? They saw the pictures and they thought this was real. Like a person with no face at all. It's just emptiness in there. Stephanie, have you gone into worm idioms? I guess not. Yeah, we're leaving the bug realm, but that's enough. Some people thought it was real. Yeah, anytime I do medical horror, some people think it's real. Especially if it gets popular. So yeah, there you go. That's my website. You guys can look up my art there if that sounds interesting to you. Leishmaniasis, yeah, that's another. I hate anything skin related. Yeah, okay, that one can be nasty too. People really will believe anything if you say it with enough confidence, honestly. If you say it like it's some real medical thing, people will believe it. Like someone will believe it, not everyone. But anyway, where were we? Yes, we were gonna work on Megalomorpha again for the ritual prompt, which will be on Sunday. Then for the 9th prompt, we got religious/biblical. I got a couple ideas here. I might do something original, which is kind of a mix between medical horror and some biblical and like biblical angels and stuff, which is, what if a person, after seeing an angel, they just grew a 3rd eye in their forehead? And we do that like an eye in the middle, kind of vertically, and we present it as if it was a medical syndrome. And the person that grows this grows this eye, they kind of get in shock. They can't speak anymore. They've just seen an angel, right? So they've become transfixed by that. I don't know. Just an idea I had talking to another artist, kind of as a little art trade thing, perhaps. But I'll think about it. We'll see. Then for the 10th prompt, apocalyptic, I wanted to work on the Fractal series, which is an apocalyptic story. So for these 3 prompts, historical, which is the one we're working on today, then ritual, and then apocalyptic. Since we're going to be working on my series, my longer series that require more work than what I can do in a day, we'll just do that one image and maybe show a sneak peek on Twitter to just have something up on the day off. But otherwise, we will wait a little bit and keep working on it and then post it when it's, complete and ready, instead of posting it early. People will believe darn near anything if you pitch it the right way. Yeah. Also, I think some people have like very high tolerance for bullshit. Like it takes like a lot of bullshit for them to kind of get suspicious of it. It's really, yeah. You could say gullible, but yeah, I feel like that is a tolerance for bullshit that people, like an individual tolerance for bullshit that people will be able to take, and it kind of depends on the context you see things in. Like if you see it because you follow a lot of horror artists and one of them retweeted it, you will know, oh, that's horror art. That's interesting. Even if you haven't seen my work or my type of work ever. If you see it outside of that context, like maybe a random account that doesn't really retweet horror or anything like that, shares it, and it kind of spreads from there. The people who see it will see it out of that horror art context, so it'll be a bit easier for them to just take it as real directly. If you said there was a moon-sized frog coming our way, someone will believe it. Can you believe that some people actually believed in Terra the Meat Planet? Well, like, oh shit, that sounded real. Like, I got a lot of comments like that. I'm not even kidding. Also, hi, Dustmite. Maybe that's why angels have multiple floating eyes, because when a human sees them, they grow a new one, and then the angel grabs and joins it into this body. That's very cool. I like that. Like the angel and its multiple eyes being more of a mishmash of people than a single being. That's fun. Angel is a mishmash of people. I'm actually gonna note that down, maybe mull it over the next few days, because that could go well as like a double piece or something. So put angel absorbs them, they become a new eye. There we go. That should be enough for me to remember. But that's really good, Tartarus. I think it's because of horror artists that I can recognize photo manipulation in political context more easily. Yeah, I think it's an important skill to be able to recognize Photoshop things. I did a little thread on it a while ago. Do you guys want to see it? Maybe it's good, like good education, kind of good message to spread. I did this little thread a little while ago. We'll take a moment to go through it, and I'll explain it as we go. It's Itsy Bitsy Cherry. Thank you so much and welcome. Imagine growing an entire new eye and having it stolen. It happens to the best of us. You want to see that thread? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go through it. In here, that was back in 2020. I think it might have been before I did horror, or it was when I was just starting. So I took some of my older photos and just used them to show, you know, the common pitfalls of editing and how you can spot when something has been edited, kind of as self-critique, because I didn't want to pick someone else's work apart. I figured, let's just use my own work. So, tip number one here is always check the edges first, because especially like the fuzzier the edge, the easier you can usually see it. Things like hair, fur, feathers, those kinds of things, really hard to actually select around it. So you can often spot a sloppy edge. This is my a little silly fake moon landing image I did. And if we just go into it and zoom in, you can check the edges here. I did this one sloppily, like for a silly concept. So you can see that I kind of messed up the edges here, and there's some dark edges that shouldn't be there. Around here, same things. As you get closer to the edges, you can usually notice when things go wrong. You can see some here around the spacesuits. Some of the edges are better though, like the edge on the clapper thing. Well, I don't know what that's called. That's better. So it's not always, but fuzzier things like hair, you'll usually notice they look a little bit off. I'm trying not to be super harsh on my own stuff here. I'm seeing so many errors though. It's kind of hard to look at it. And yeah, the flag is my signature. It's one of my favorite signatures I've ever done, even though it's an old work. Like it's super seamless. I don't recall how I did it exactly. Valdevia's Guide to World Domination. If you do the opposite of everything here, you can convince the masses, exactly. Valdevia States of America, exactly. Okay, so checking the edges, very important. Then, when two images have been combined, two images that have different lighting, checking the lighting and for fake lights and shadows can usually give it away. So this is another of the old surreal things I had done. The actual scene's lighting comes from the back here. I tried to paint it with a ugly arrow, but the object that I added on, the lighting came from its front here. So they have two different lightings. So what did I do? Well, I added some fake lights, I added some fake shadow to match the lighting coming from here. Nowadays, probably would have done it a different way, but that's what I did at the time. Checking for fake lights, fake shadows, those kinds of things can usually give something away. Called ADHD, high function autism diagnosis. Interpreting life in a way different from most is scary. Yeah, I can understand. Makes me appreciate the stories where people feel like they slowly start to worry about their or others' interpretation of life are correct. Yeah, I like that. I really like that type of story as well. Is that moon landing image supposed to suggest that it was staged, but they did it on location? Yeah, that's the joke. Just a silly image where they actually went to the moon and set up a sound stage there, and there's a little alien costume among the among the costumes. I don't know, it's just a silly thing. I used to do that kind of thing, you know, before I did horror. Okay, so check for fake lighting, check for the edges. Thank you for the save reminder. We haven't even started, but I'm just behind here. I will save this, since we do have the pictures that we want to use with the artists. I will save this as artist. We don't have a name for him yet. So yeah, fake edges or like sloppy edges, usually easy to notice. Fake lights and shadows, and things like a change in focus. That usually happens when you combine two images that were taken with either different cameras, or an image of something small, an image of something large. So a macro shot will usually have a low, kind of a low range of focus. The only area in focus on a macro shot, or on a shot that was taken close to an object, it will be just a short segment of it that will be in focus. In a landscape shot, you won't have any parts that are out of focus. So here, when I combined these shots of my hands, cutting some, like doing some cutting cake, kind of pretending to cut cake, and a landscape shot, I had to mess with that focus, because you can see that the hand here is out of focus. That shouldn't make sense for a landscape thing. Watch the VOD tomorrow, past 4 AM here. Okay, Sombrero, have a good night. Thanks for coming. Good signature plays? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I was already doing horror when I posted this, July 2020, yeah. Because I had already done this Siren Head thing. So, one of the things you'll often notice, this is very noticeable in black and white photos, is that the subject of the photo will be too dark or too bright compared to the background. So they haven't correctly set how bright or dark the subject they added can be, so it'll go over those limits. You can see in the background picture, the brightest spot is the sky here. And I managed to do it well here. The Siren Head never goes over that bright spot. But the darkest spot, we can see here around the bushes, is this dark. And here, I kind of messed up a little spot here. In the hand, there's a dark shadow that's actually darker than what it should be allowed to. You can also use this knowledge backwards to make better edits, of course. I have a really René Magritte inspired thing in my surreal catalog here. If you're interested, this is totally an homage to the style of Magritte, which is my favorite surrealist painter. So the clouds, the curtains, the kind of window effects, a lot of Magritte stuff. You even have the signature in this one is just Valdevia written like he would write it. Anyway, What's this one here? Oh yeah, so I combined two different images with different qualities here. So the base picture is really sharp, really detailed. And then when doing the sclera here, I had to zoom into a part of another image. So it had less quality, and you can definitely notice that this is kind of blurrier and it's a little bit more pixelated than the rest. So looking for things like that will often give away a Photoshop thing. Stop spreading misinformation. Never. He ate all your shredded cheese? That's rude. I thought only people in Twitter comments ate shredded cheese. Okay, so here's a cool little site called Photo Forensics. You can upload a picture here, and it will create a little map of the JPEG compression across the picture. It'll look something like this, and the brighter and darker areas will basically represent how compressed something is, and compared to the things around it. So you can see the edges of things are kind of off here, which give away that it was photoshopped. I mean, you didn't need that much to convince you, but yeah. Around the edges you can often see wherever the JPEG breaks down. This one though, it's if you use grain like I tend to do, you can really confuse this type of filter, because when you put grain on top of the whole thing, the JPEG compression will equalize all across. So yeah, that one can be tricked, but for someone who didn't think of adding grain at the end, you can usually catch them with this. So for example, I don't know, let's check it out with one of my recent images. Let's check it out with the Alfredo. So I'm gonna open the image just as a single thing. I'm gonna put the URL here, and we'll see if it detects it, if that works. Can you link this thread? Yeah, sure. Let me go to the first one. There's the thread link. Okay, Photo Forensics. Are you working? Yeah. Okay, so ELA, error level analysis, is essentially that. I think I gotta wait for it to load. Is the giant mosquito man real? Photo Forensics? I guess we shall see. What happened? It got tricked. It got tricked. The JPEG compression is everywhere, and it's equal all across. It's perfectly equal. When you see this, that means someone like me has very smartly added some grain at the end. Not necessarily because they're trying to hide what they're doing. That's not necessarily the cause. But yeah, it can be just for artistic purposes, like I tend to do. Let me see if there's one that maybe doesn't have grain where we can catch that. Let's see. I put grain everywhere lately, so that might be hard. Let's see SCP here, 173. Put that in Photo Forensics and see if it does anything. The cat rolled in paint again. How does it keep getting away with it? So yeah, I confirmed my Photo Forensics that the Alfredo is real. Let's see. What do you think of SCP, Photo Forensics? Do you think SCP is real? I feel like I probably added less grain than others. I'm not sure. I might have even not added grain to this one. So we shall see if there is. Yeah, you can see some areas that are way too sharp in terms of the JPEG compression, which is the symbols I added to the walls. Very noticeable there. The shadows I added are like unnaturally Oh, this is shadows, this might be lighting, yeah. It definitely still added some grain to the whole thing, but not as much, so you can still see that each separate element kinda clashes. So yeah, you can notice with this sort of thing that when there's something that's way too sharp and like out of place, it's either in the original photo also very we see the lighting here, for example. It's very bright against the background. You can see that you can also notice it in the error level here. So that makes sense because there's already a lot of contrast there. But this here doesn't have that much contrast. It's pretty dark against a pretty dark part of the image. But still, you can see a really big difference. This can tell you that that's been manipulated. Of course, if they didn't convince you that this huge metal monster doesn't exist, you can check it like that. Favorite SCP? I don't know numbers. I think my favorite one is the one where is it the videotape of a basketball game where people slowly, every time you play, they slowly become more aware that they're stuck in a time loop, and they're stuck in this tape and they try to escape. It's very fun. I love these sort of self-contained stories. So yeah, the photo forensics can give you a few clues. Also, photo forensics, I kind of missed that part, but it gives you the metadata of an image, like very detailed metadata, and you can see if it's been edited with Photoshop, you'll see that in the metadata. So that might give you a clue as well. And of course, really like important thing is to think of the intent of the image. Like, who is making this image? Like, where are you seeing it? If you're seeing it out of context, that's when it's like more doubtful and where you might have to do a little research to see who made it and why was it made. Was it made for an artistic purpose? In that case, that's fine. Was it made to deceive people? In that case, that's not fine. So yeah, just keep that in mind always. So yeah, that's what we got. So yeah, if I can think of any other little ways of spotting a Photoshop thing, I will let you guys know as we go. I might do a second version of this thread at some point, because I think it's important to let people know. Bunch of glowing spheres that save things from the heat death of universes. SCPs get weird. Okay, so with all that talking done, let's get to the edit of the day, the actual thing we'll be working on for once. So what we're doing here is this artist here, which is going to be our protagonist. Let me recap real quick for the people who just got here. We're working on the next part of Megalomorpha, which is my series about big bugs, and this specific part is going to be about a Ukrainian artist that has an encounter with one of these Megalomorpha and becomes obsessed with them, to the point of, you know, like slowly going insane over it. And through his art, you can slowly see that you can see that like slow process. And hey, Slimy Pancake, thank you for the follow and for the sub. That's really cool of you. Thank you. Bugs, indeed. We're working on bugs. So, this artist, who's going to be kind of a multi-talented artist, a sculptor, a painter, a writer, because we want to show this from like all those different perspectives, has this one encounter with what he thinks is an angel, and he's going to become obsessed with it. And this one encounter, it's going to be enough to brainwash him into doing this quote unquote angel's bidding, which is kind of fusing with him. And through this process, we will see how through his art that kind of brainwashing gets. The whole process of the brainwashing will be patent. So yeah, I will handle the sculpture parts, and my good friend Matsko will, which I posted a couple links to his art on the chat, will be doing some painting in the impressionist style of the time. So yeah, the story is going to be about this Ukrainian painter who goes to study in Paris, really promising career ahead, multi-talented, really creative and brilliant, and he eventually goes back to his own little town in Ukraine, Russian Empire at the time, and has this encounter with the Megalomorpha, which kind of makes him go kind of mad and isolated, and to just like entirely dedicates himself to trying to capture that encounter, which he believes to be a religious encounter, trying to capture that through art. So yeah, Matsko will be doing the painting, I'll be doing the sculpture, and we will both be doing some writing. We still haven't gotten around to that, but we'll be getting to that eventually. So yeah, these statues, if you want some examples, are some very old ones from, well, not old ones in the term in the historical terms, and these ones are supposed to be from the late Middle Ages, from a little convent in Spain, from an earlier story in Megalomorpha. So I just kind of put them there as mood pieces, because I feel like they sell the idea of the angel bug quite well. But I think we'll go a little bit more abstract with this, since we're using more modern art styles. Hey, Skyshard. Okay, so first things, we're gonna set up the background here. We gotta remove the actual person's name, because we don't want to like use real people's identities as much as possible. The only time we've used real people's identities in this series has been with like well-known characters, like people who actually were like bigger public figures, like in the Antarctic expedition, for example, where you kind of have to set it. There's no like that many Antarctic expeditions to pick from, so you kind of have to set it with the like within a real one with the characters from there. Though if I remade that story, that's one of the earliest ones I did, the Antarctic one, I would probably just make up a new Antarctic expedition and make up my own characters. If I ever put it into a book or a collection or something, I'll probably do that. And here's Lincoln. We don't want a statue of Lincoln for no reason, so that one will be the first to be removed. Don't want to dox the guy. Oh, googly eyes. Perfect. Here come the googlies. And they'll stay there, because we're not going to modify the artists at all. We're not really going to edit anything supernatural here, is the thing. Like we're in this part of the series, we're never going to see, at least in its current concept, we're never going to see the Megalomorpha directly. We're only going to see it through his eyes and his hands. So it'll look very subjective to what his experience was, which was kind of a religious experience. That's what he'll have, some actual like Christian angel inspirations in there, kind of like these. So get from piece to piece, from like sculpture to sculpture, we'll kind of change the form, go a bit more humanoid, go a bit more bug-like. We'll see what we do. Oh, and we also have a second picture, just a portrait, the same person, called originally Jos Kratne. He was a sculptor in, I think he was Czech sculptor, based in, I think he emigrated to New York, where he worked. So that's all I know about him. I try to find more pictures of him, but that's the only 2 I could find. Still, 2 is very good, because it's hard to find 2 pictures of the same person with old stuff. It's really a problem, usually. Are the bugs brainwashing people purposefully? Of course. Love how you use the beetle horns as a halo. Thank you. The bugs are nefarious, yeah. I mean, they're kind of doing their thing, like either purposefully doing something like, I don't know how much agency you can apply to them, because we can't judge them by our own human morals. They're not human after all. They're mischievous little guys, yeah, exactly. Oh, that was the wrong tool. There we go, we need the patch tool. Gonna try and remove as much as we can of this statue. Let's see, do we have space here? We need kind of a blank space to hide things. I think I'm going to use this. And then fill it up. Let's do the 3D abstract scenes. You should get back into it, Steely. Okay, I'm trying to continue this corner there. I'll kind of run into the problem of there's a few cracks going through it, and those will kind of get repeated over and over, but we'll take care of those soon enough, I think. Just little things like these. Are the megalomorph conscious of their actions, so that they have an insect brain? Doing natural insect actions that humans relate as religion. Well, I think the mystery is more fun than the answer. Who knows? Maybe even I don't know. That's part of the fun. And I kind of like to bring it back and forth between a more like measured scientific approach and the more crazy religious approach from part to part. So you'll see that in one part, the main character takes a very scientific, tries to explain them in a logical way, and then in the next one it's just people going crazy and worshiping it. Like I think that's the dichotomy there is very fun. There we go. We get this little corner there. Okay, so I'm gonna try and remove all the elements that we won't need. We have a couple papers here in the background. We might entirely remove those, but for now what I'll do is just remove the drawings from them, because they might be a good place to put some of our own kind of sketches and drawings to kind of fill in the scene. That makes sense. Just have some blank papers to put our own stuff. Oh yeah, pheromones are used for all sorts of things. What does this say? FRS something and sons. Chemists. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that because the original photo we're editing right now is in New York, and the story is supposed to take place in Ukraine. So having a box with a very clearly English text might not make a lot of sense for what we want to try. Try and, there we go, blend that in nicely. Nice. If I banned the select tool, how many points do you have? Can you ban a tool? How much did I put that in? 50,000? Do you have 50,000 right now, JJ? You wouldn't have to specify which selection tool, because we got plenty. But I would accept it. Of course I would. I would have to. It's in the rules. We're just asking for later. Gotcha. It depends on how much havoc you want to create. Depends on the edits, but some edits will really heavily require the use of selection and just cutting around things. Some really don't, so. But there are plenty of selection tools. So you could ban lassos, you can ban the AI selection, you can even ban the pen tool, which could be used for selections. Maximum havoc. If I redeem ban a tool, can I say computer, since the computer is technically a tool? Not in the spirit of the of the challenge, but so no, I will not allow it. Can the main sculpture and the photo stay the same pose and just become a sexy pose bug? I don't think that would fit very well, since they're supposed to be angels. We'll find some angel statues and kind of use those as a base. I was even thinking to use some DALL-E 2 things, since we just got access to DALL-E. No hammers allowed. Exactly, silly. That's quality of life. Enjoying it is the most important. It's always the first thing. Like, I don't think I say it enough. I'm extremely lucky to be able to like do art as a job. It's incredible, and I wouldn't have even conceived of it even just half a year ago. But now it's a thing. It's a possibility. It's a reality even. So yeah, that's in a huge part thanks to you guys. Got a billion layers, nuke the stream. Just turn off the entire computer. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. No, I think if I do a 1 million one, it should be something extremely silly. Okay, so I'm trying to remove the actual statues in this person's what do you call this thing? Stand? Only googly eyes. I like that. The only picture I can add for the rest of the stream is googly eyes. Or I have to make an entire edit only with googly eyes. It's the only thing I can use. Like I can cut them, I can do whatever, but I can only add pixels into the image through googly eyes. That would be fun. Oh, and thank you for the save reminder. The actual best reward, like that save reminder has saved my ass multiple times. Okay, we got a clean slate here. Let's remove this one too. I might, yeah, we might remove just some of the parts that stick out and leave this clay, these clay edges, because you know they still make sense, right? So we'll kind of turn the statue here into mush, essentially. Do you take suggestions for entries in this series? I mean, I'll always take suggestions, of course. Ideas are always appreciated. Doesn't mean I'll follow them, but I will always listen to them, for sure. For now, as I said before, I got 2 parts currently planned for Megalomorpha. So that'll probably be the next few months of work in this series as we kind of pick away at it slowly. And after that, who knows? Many things we could do. Photoshop streamer, you can only change 1 pixel at a time. That's called pixel art. Goodbye, sexy pose sculpture. Too bad. There we go, just filling it with background. We'll probably have something here, so we don't have to delete it entirely. We'll just kind of see as we go. Thank you, Silly. Let's see. Yeah, that should do it. We'll see if we need to remove anything else as we add our own sculpture. Probably could have done something similar for the one in the bottom part as well, but that's fine. Even for the one in the corner. So I've been kind of overdoing it, but that's fine. We could even, if we want to do more and more statues, because we were crazy and insane, we could even add some to the back here, remove these little clay things, whatever those are. And we have some space in the back where we could add paintings. That, you know, the paintings and maybe even sketches that Matsko makes for this. We can just add them into the scene as we see fit. I think these could fit some good sketches. Here we have some little space for a small painting, but we could even add something big to the background here, or just remove this altogether, move it somewhere else, whatever, and just have something large here. That'll be fun as well. Hey, don't dox the night crawlers. It's not cool. We don't do that here. Okay, anything else I need to remove from here? I think all the important parts have been cleaned up. So now we have a clean version of this. What I wanted to do is maybe this. So a version where we see the artist working on a sculpture, and then a close-up of a sculpture. I don't know exactly what to use as a background for that. Something, you know, simple, abstract, just against the wall or something should probably be fine, I think. So what I think we could do is first work on that version, on the close-up version, and then we just put it into the scene somewhere. That way we can like focus on it instead of it being a small detail in the corner. Let's see. Let's go. We'll have to go find a picture for that though, because we don't have it. Let me close a bunch of images. There we go. Okay, so we will go to Picroll. Change the music to. There we go. Okay, here in Picroll, we will look. Let me look for sculpture. And then try to take an actual photograph of a sculpture, like in its background and stuff, and use that. Use the texture of the background, like maybe this would work. But let's set up the year to anything before the 60s and after. After the, oh, where did that go? 1825, whatever, like before photography to that. So I want a photograph taken at the time. Like in the same, it can't be something like this where it's a modern photograph of a well-lit statue or anything. It has to look like it was taken at this person's, how do you call it, like studio? What is this? Just some tiny little guys. This is called $1 Million Piping Fun. Okay. This is good though, I really like this. I feel like maybe even if we could even use it if we removed the face and just change it with our artist's face. Just mix them together a little bit. That's a cool. That's a cool one. Let's see. Anything else we got? Let me see. Here, similar. Anything like it? Nope. It's cool, but I don't think it's worth $1 million. Well, you don't get to decide that, unfortunately. Rich people get to. What do we have here? Oh, someone carving some wood. The system's rigged. It was rigged from the start. Okay, I really like this. Commons Wikimedia. My worry is that it might be very small. Might be very small. I don't know. I'm not super confident in this one. Let's look it up on Wikimedia. That's apparently Bert W. Johnson working on a sculpture for Grauman's Theater in downtown Los Angeles, California. Let's see. Total size of the picture, not too big, and it's also printed, so it has halftone. God damn it. Yeah, this makes it pretty much in the range of unusable. Very sad. Can't find a larger version of it either. It was cool because we could see the sculpture working on it, and we could have changed its face, but I was on the fringe of the fine art world for a few years, and boy did I learn to hate it. Yeah. Have you seen conceptart.org? Yeah, that's a paid one, right? Oh no, okay. Yeah, I was thinking of a different one. Hold on, the link isn't working. Like LinkedIn, but for entertainment stuff. Gotcha. This one's cool. Let's see. Here we have another sculpture working on her stuff. That's cool. Ideally, what I would like to have is something with a background like this, where you can clearly see how the background was taken against, and it's not very super well shot, and the lighting is a bit off. That's what I want. I don't want a perfectly shot statue, as much as I like those, and I use those for things like the Lycanthrope series. Oh, isn't this? Hold on, hold that thought for a second. Isn't this very similar to this? Oh, we could use it as a connecting element. Whoa. We could totally delete that statue. It's against a black background too, so it should be very easy. That's quite a good coincidence. Yeah, we could totally use that. Let's see. Does it have a name? Anything else? Anything more than sculpture? It doesn't look like it. So let's look it up on the Library of Congress. That's how... Oh, there it is. It was the second one. Oh, they seem to have a lot of good ones here. This one's good too. And we could use some of those elements too in the angel. Like those sculptural faces, they're very good. Yeah, let's totally use those. Apart from the face that we found before. Just scrolling a bit up. So here, sculpture. Gonna download that as a TIFF. It'll take a minute because these are very large files, believe it or not. The Library of Congress is incredible at their collection and how high quality the high quality scans they provide. Yeah, reverse image search can find it sometimes if you're looking for the original source of it, but it's not super reliable. And sometimes it's just not listed. It's unfortunate. Especially if it's smaller sites. I find that if it's in the Library of Congress, you can usually find it. But yeah, Library of Congress, definitely like one of the best sites. Okay, we're waiting for them to download, so let's go back to the Photoshop page in the meantime. Give it a minute. Love a good TIFF, yeah. Nothing like a good TIFF. Honestly, it's a lifesaver. I've used these Library of Congress stuff so much over the past couple years or so since I found it. You know what? This is taking a while. Let me... hold on. Let me do a silly little thing here. To give folks an idea of what this might be in the future. This is the kind of thing I would like to do. A bit more bug-like and less angel-like, but that's the vibe. Anyway, I'm gonna real quick go to the toilet, and as these photos download, because they're taking minutes, so just be right back and get some water because it is empty. Okay, be right back. Don't go anywhere. I am back. Did you guys miss me? Hope not. Okay. Hold on, let me catch up with chat. Gotta make late night dinner. Literally might just have toast. Same though, like I've done that quite a few times. Late night, easy toast to dinner. Have a good dinner, Chaos. You missed me? Don't worry, I'm back. It wasn't that long, was it? Okay, so the images seems to have all finally downloaded. I put 3 to download at the same time, so that might have affected the download speed. Let's see. Let's open a new one here. Just open a horizontal one. We'll call it statue. Statue PSD. We'll put this in, and maybe these two as well. They look small, and that's just Photoshop's weird way of putting images into your screen. But so just so you guys can see how high quality these images are from the scans from the Library of Congress. This is a 6,000 by 4,000 pixels document. It's my standard size. Let's zoom in. Let's wait for it to... Look at this. We still have detail. We still have detail at this scale. It's incredible. Anyway, we're only going to need this scale. This scale. It's a bit squarer than 2x3, so we're going to crop that. Might leave a little bit of the dark edge around it, just for effect. It's fantastic. If you guys didn't know, an old negative, if the negative was taken like sharply and with a decent camera, an old negative holds a ton of information compared to pixels. Because the size of a quote-unquote pixel that a piece of film has, or even a glass plate negative, like the very old ones, it's dependent on the size of the very like microscopic silver crystals within that frame, which will get affected by the light, which is what causes the photography. So the grain that you see here is those tiny little crystals, and they like the density variation between them. So they actually, those negatives, if you scan them right now at a really high resolution, they have much higher resolution than most digital cameras nowadays have. So yeah, for all those that say that technology keeps advancing, Jenna, how are you doing? Look at us looking at an old sculpture. Welcome, folks. How was your stream, Jenna? What were you playing? I noticed you went live like a minute before me, or just after me, like at the same. We pretty much went live at the same time. How are you doing? Hello, folks. Okay, so I guess let me introduce myself to the new folks. I am Eduardo. I am an artist from Spain, and I do photo manipulation. I love the teeth emote, Jenna. It's so good. We also have a teeth emote here. It's a crying tooth, and why is it crying? God knows. Something horrible has happened to it. Let's see. I do photo manipulation arts and mostly focus on horror. So the thing the tooth might be crying for might be something horrible, like growing from a bone or something, which happens. Let's see. Let's find it here. These are the kind of things I do. So yeah, welcome, folks. If you like that kind of stuff, you're in for a treat. If you don't, I'm sorry. That's you gotta blame Jenna for that. The right time to stream, it seems like it. It's playing Floppy Night. Yeah, I've seen you play Floppy Night for the a couple streams. Like the last couple streams, I was there, lurking. Thank you to all the new follows. If you guys want to see, I had Jenna here on this stream a while ago, in the little podcast thing I do. I haven't done it in a little while, but if you go to the videos tab later, if you want, after you've watched the stream, you can go to the videos tab later, scroll down to the House of Horrors, which is the name of the podcast, and find the one with Jenna. It was a really nice chat. Also, Jenna, we should definitely play some games on stream at some point. The other day we talked about playing FMV games, and that would be lovely. The idea is that, have you guys seen like those old FMV games that were like interactive movies, those sorts of things? They were like often like very, very hard and obscure, and you kind of have to know very random things or try a bunch of random things to just be able to advance. So we thought, what if one person has a guide and the other person is playing, but the person with the guide can only give clues through like very cryptic messages. So I don't know, that's an idea that Jen and I talked about. We should do that sometime. Video games peaked at FMV. Totally. It's how, yeah, all downhill. Yeah. We should do that. We should do that at some point. Because I want to do some more variety streams too. Yeah, I've been doing only art here on this channel pretty much, and the podcast from time to time, and I feel like, yeah, we could do some more stuff. So I've just opened this one because we are doing kind of the sequel to it. This is a little series called Megalomorpha. I will put a link for you guys in the chat. I gotta write it well. There we go. So Megalomorpha is an ongoing series of short stories about giant insect-like creatures appearing throughout history and the mysteries they hold. Yeah, you can click on that. It'll send you to this little gallery where you can see every story. I recommend reading them in any order that catches your fancy. The older ones are at the bottom, the newer ones are at the top. These three are the ones I'm the most proud of, these three latest ones. But if you wanted to read them in the most like lower compatible way, I would probably start from the bottom and then just make your way up in any direction you wish. Yeah, it's really this series is something I've been working on since literally since I started doing horror. It's been my darling baby, and I'm still working on it. I started doing horror back in 2020, early 2020. Who knows what might have happened that changed my mood into making horror. But yeah, I started with the very first part of Megalomorpha. That was my first ever horror thing, which, if you didn't know this, that's deep Valdevia lore. And it all went forward from there. So I'm still working on it. The latest part was about a giant mosquito living with a family for possibly generations. So just to go quickly through it so you get the vibe of what we're doing today. These are the last surviving photographs from the secretive De La Cruz family in Mexico 1910s to 1920s. The following documents were smuggled out by Adrian de la Cruz, a disowned relative. According to him, the thing in the photo is who the family called Tío Alfredo, which means Uncle Alfredo, or Uncle Alfred, if you want to fully translate it. The De La Cruz were local landowners. They lived in an isolated estate in Morelos for generations, surrounded by croplands and pastures. They were rarely seen outside, leading locals to circulate many rumors about the family and their sickly disposition. Here we can see them peering at us from above, from their estate. Adrián de la Cruz was the only household member known to have escaped. After fighting in the revolution, that's the Mexican Revolution, 1910s, he chose not to come back and left to Mexico City, where he studied chemistry and met his wife Cristina. The pictures were retrieved by him, sent with the following letter. Cristina, I am sorry for living without a word. I came back to my family home. Something was left undone. You will not believe this, so I put some photos in this envelope. This thing, Tío Alfredo, it has always been there, in the attic. I gave it my blood. We all did. I don't know how long it has been with us. Since the time of my great-grandfathers, or more. And for this long, everyone has been convinced it is part of the family. Maybe it used to be, but none of that matters. I need to break this cycle and save them from this torture. I have brought a vial of cyanide. I will drink it, then go into the attic and let that beast feed on me just like it used to do. That horrible, empty sensation. If all goes well, I will then drink my antidotes and come back to you, having rid the world of this devil. Signed, Adrian. Here we have a little shrine in the family home with a very, very old drawing of an Aztec person greeting or touching a giant mosquito-like being. And the story ends abruptly like this. We have not been able to find any more documentation on the incident, except for a photo, dated to around the same time as the letter, taken in a cemetery near the De La Cruz estate. And the casket only says A de la Cruz. It could have been Adrián, the protagonist who writes this letter, or it could have been El Tío Alfredo. They both start with A. We don't know who's in there. We'll never know, perhaps. The human shoulder, giant mantis. Unfortunately for this series, I kind of limited which bugs I can use, which is the bugs that can do full metamorphosis. Mantises, unfortunately, they only do partial metamorphosis, so they don't work for this. So yeah, these bugs go through the larva, pupa, adult stages. It's just kind of important to their lore. The old Aztec drawing was actually like mixing a few different Aztec drawings of insects and one of a person kind of greeting like this. It was a fun little one to do. El Mosco, yeah, exactly. R.I.P. beloved Tío Alfredo? Maybe, who knows? Exactly. Doesn't everyone have a giant mosquito with a human face in their attic? They regularly give blood to it. It's pretty common. I've heard many stories. Okay, so this was just one example of these stories. These last three ones are the most like involved ones in terms of longer storytelling. Some of them are very simple. So yeah, they vary in length and in complexity. That one's probably one of the most complex, but it's one I'm the most proud of. And what we're doing today is it's going to be the next part. Each of these stories are completely independent. They all center around these insects, but the characters, the place, and the time are usually like all over the place. I usually focus on early 20th century, late 19th century, like black and white photographs and stuff, just because I like the vibe and I like to mix in some of the history with and the setting and the time. I like to mix that into the story, give it flavor more than doing like modern stuff. So yeah, this one here is gonna be, this person here in the story is gonna be an artist from modern day Ukraine. At the time it was the Russian Empire. This is late 19th century. So he is a very promising artist. He goes to Paris to learn from the Impressionist painters of the time, and he starts showing a lot of promise. He is a painter, he's a sculptor, he's a writer, he's like a multi-talented person that, showing huge promise. And one day he goes back to his little town in Ukraine, and he has what he thinks is a religious experience. He sees an angel. It's not an angel, of course. It's one of these bugs, the megalomorpha. One of the traits that megalomorpha have, these giant bugs, is that they are able to somehow brainwash humans into doing whatever they need them to do. Often getting into the cocoon with them as they metamorphose and just like fusing in there, which is the result of that is what you can see with Tío Alfredo, with the giant mosquito with a human skull on its face. It's just kind of a fusion of a human and a megalomorpha. So yeah, this artist has what he thinks is a religious experience. He sees an angel. We never see the angel ourselves. We only see this artist later. And through his work, through his sculptures and his paintings and his writing, we will see how he slowly gets brainwashed into, you know, just becomes absolutely obsessed with it and just gets brainwashed into wanting to fuse with what he believes is an angel. So he gets completely brainwashed in front of our eyes, and we can only see it through his art. Is that a tarantula hawk wasp I saw? Yeah, that's the one in the Roman mosaic, exactly. Yeah, it's a multi-talented creative. I think it's fun. This one is going to be a collab too, with a fantastic Ukrainian artist, Ukrainian-American. Misko Draws on Instagram, or Tunnel Snakes on Twitter, has a beautiful art style just with an amazing use of color, which is what this whole idea was triggered by me looking at his art and being like, oh, we wanted to do something together, right? Like to just collab on something. And I was looking at his art and I was like, this is amazing, and it reminds me of Impressionism and those beautiful colors they used. So we started talking about it, and we eventually came upon this concept of having something through the eyes of an impressionist creator. Hey.
Also, yee.
Hammy, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the resub. 2 months. Thank you so much. So yeah, through this artist's obsession, we will see how the megalomorpha are able to brainwash people. And what I try to do... Jonan! Oh my god. It's raid day, isn't it? Welcome, folks. How was your stream, Jonan? Welcome, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna briefly explain a bit what we're doing. Folks, if you've been here before, I know Jonan has raided a few times before, so you might have seen my work in the past, but just in case you haven't, I am Eduardo, and I do Photoshop art, specifically Photoshop horror art. What we're working on today is part of my main series, which I call Megalomorpha. Yes, alright, we just got rated by Jenna and now by Jonna, and that's like a cosmic coincidence. It's just happening today. Baying and Fizzle, thank you for the follows. Final stuff for a little train. You got a raid train going? Nice. It's a big day, raid day. Yeah, welcome folks, and thank you to all the new followers, both from Jenna's stream and from Jonan's. So what we're working on today is a next part in the Megalomorpha series. I'm going to drop a link to this project. Through the link, you'll be able to see this little gallery here. Jedi!
Wild stuff.
Thanks for the wild stuff. No problem. I love providing you with the wild stuff. Thank you so much for the resub. So this series is called Megalomorpha. It's kind of my main project. If you go to this little gallery, each of these is a separate story that you can read individually, but they all provide a little piece of a larger puzzle, of a larger lore. So you can treat it as sort of a little kind of rabbit hole you can delve into and just read these stories in any order you want. Though I recommend reading starting from the bottom in pretty much any order you want, but going more or less from bottom to top. The top ones are the newer ones. But yeah, the last one we did is all about Tio Alfredo, which is this giant mosquito thing with a human skull that lives with a family and that drinks their blood. A recent one too, that was a few months ago, we did this one about a cult in Norway that forms in a church, and they start worshipping in this weirdly modern church from the 1950s. They start worshipping an enormous bug. Oh, we're close to a hype train. My god. In another timeline, I stayed in Janet's stream to end up here also. We all end up here today. This stream is currently the center of the maelstrom of Twitch. So yeah, Sean provided another link to the Megalomorpha thing. Squid, thank you so much for the 10 gifted sub. That's super generous of you. And that's a hype train too. Say it was, I said it and, and it happened. Hey, Cinema Mind, that's David. David got a sub. Pyrotechnics, Chaos, Blaps and Bloops. You guys, all of you enjoy the subs. Did you say the giant mosquito parasite that wears a human skull is called Tio Alfredo? It is. Yep. Tio Alfredo. Family calls him Uncle Alfredo because they believe they have been brainwashed into believing that this giant mosquito is part of their family, and they willingly give it their blood. Basically, this mosquito has brainwashed this whole family into essentially acting like human blood bags for it, which is fucked up. But these bugs are just fucked up in that way. I love how you mix pictures of different mythological frameworks together. There you go. Thank you so much, Squid, for the other gift sub. Sora mentioned it and it happened. It's like magic. That's super generous of you. So this other story within Megalomorpha is all about a cult worshipping this giant moth, and the person, a journalist, a local journalist who is invited to kind of watch this cult to dispel rumors around them. But he's not allowed to enter the church. He eventually sneaks in, and that's when he sees the sermon where they worship the bug. You got the Nightcrawlers. Also, check out the new emote we have with the Nightcrawler. It's so cute. It's made by a human person on Twitter. It's human person without like just the. Well, hold on. I'm just gonna post it. Just like I wrote in chat. It is a perfect emote. It's so cute. I'm so glad I commissioned him. Jenna, if you want animated emotes, definitely give Matt at human person on Twitter. Give him a look. Give him a shout if you need any little animations. He's fantastic at it. He really has that. You know, that little, just a simple little walk, little strut like this. He gives it so much personality. And sometimes, if the music is right, he walks in time with the music, which is perfect. It's like a little dance. So yeah, Megalomorpha, all about these large fellows, large bugs. And this part of the series is going to be all about this artist who sees one only once, and that is enough to essentially kind of obsess him with kind of this religious experience he believes he's had. So he believes he's seen an angel, and he dedicates his entire art career for I don't know how long, because we still haven't written it. We'll see how long, maybe even for years, just only ever making paintings and sculptures and writing all about this one moment, this one experience of seeing the angel. Because he wants to share that with the world. So that's what we're going to do. This part of the Megalomorpha series is not going to show any of the Megalomorpha directly, which is fun. I like doing that little inversion where you don't really show it. You just kind of show it through the eyes of another person, in this case through the eyes of an artist, and what he, through the filters of his subjective interpretation of seeing an angel, we will see this bug kind of take an angel shape. So we have here the original image here, the sculptor, however you pronounce that stuff. We removed a bunch of stuff from the background because we're going to try and fill this picture. It's going to be kind of our main photo here. We're going to try and fill it with different, sculptures, drawings, paintings. We're going to try and fill his studio with stuff. And like different interpretations and different styles. So what we have here is, I was just looking through other old images of sculptures, and I found something that looks very, very similar to this little stand here. Did we have a level 3 hype train? I didn't even... Or hold on, it says it's completed level 4. I had no idea it even got that high. Yeah, everyone gets a cool, what is that? It's a bird emote. That's very cute. Thank you guys for the train. Okay, so we've just found a stand that looks very, very, very similar to this. Like it could be the same, just seen from a different angle, right? So we figured, let's just use it. So first thing I want to do is, of course, remove this person's head. We don't need that. That is unnecessary. So we're just going to use our patch tool and hope that we can find enough blank space around it. Not really. Okay, we gotta cut this in little bits before we do the patch tool thingy. Is that a real photo, like an actual picture of a head? It's a sculpture, Sora. It's a clay statue, exactly. I don't know who it's meant to represent, and I do not care, because we're gonna erase it from existence. Did you guys know that if I erase you from Photoshop, you also get erased in real life? And that is why you should not mess with Photoshop artists. We can just do that. We just built the difference. Okay, so we're gonna start cutting it in little chunks. I know this might not make sense to y'all, but it does. I first cut it up, and then it's much easier to patch that out when it's in little bits. Very dramatic lighting, yeah. It's good lighting for a sculpture. Underin, thank you for the follow. Also, thank you for all the people who followed that I missed. You guys are cool, and I hope you like creepy Photoshop stuff, because we got plenty of that. Actually, I didn't even mention this. We're streaming for 10 days straight. We started last Sunday, and we'll be going on until next Tuesday. So we're doing a little 10-day horror challenge, which maybe some of you guys are interested in if you haven't seen it already on Twitter. It's called Cursed Footage. We got the hashtag trending, y'all. We made a little hashtag for it for people to just post the stuff related to this challenge. It's been trending for 2 days? What the fuck? I was not expecting that at all. How did I ever get to trending? In any case, what we're doing is a 10-day challenge all around the found footage genre. So the idea, the basic concept is doing 10 pieces of art or writing or anything you want in 10 days. The official start was in August 1st, but it's meant to be, you know, kind of a self-imposed challenge for yourself. So if you just want to take it on in any way you see fit, you know, just like modify it for yourself and what you want to do, that's completely fine as well. If you want to like start it now, or if you want, since we are in the 5th prompt right now, like tomorrow will be the day to post the 5th prompt. If you follow the official starting point, you can just catch up from here. If you just want to do the last from the 5th to the 10th. So yeah, you can do it like that. You can start from the beginning now. That's completely fine. There are no rules, just have fun. Is it still trending now? 3 days? You're kidding. You for real? It's still trending? That's insane. That rules. Yeah, I was not expecting that to be so popular. The initial idea for this was, okay, I just got to 100,000 followers on Twitter, which is kind of an insane, mind-boggling number, and I wanted to do something as, you know, a way to celebrate, thank people by putting out a lot of art. So I decided, okay, I'm gonna do a challenge for myself, where I'm gonna do 10 streams in 10 days, and each day I'm gonna make a new, different edits, just revisiting old concepts that I've done. But then I figured, why not just open that up and let people follow along? So I turned those 10 things I wanted to make into 10 prompts, and I put them out there, hoping that some people might follow along, like people watching their new streams, kind of doing their own takes on the concepts. And no, it got like super popular, which is insane. Still seeing people doing this challenge. Yeah, it's still going on, of course. Might do this myself. You should. I mean, no pressure, but you should. The prompt for today was infection. We're on the 4th still, right? I've been having a a couple of sleep disorder days, TM, and yeah, I don't even know what day we're on. Yeah, we're on the 4th, so I bet it's still the 4th for most Americans. For me, it's the 5th already. The prompt for today was infection, if you want to still get something in today. The prompt for tomorrow, if you just want to get started a bit earlier with the next prompt, just want to catch up. The next prompt is historical, so just any historical found document or stuff like that. The 5th year in Europe, yeah. I should actually do writings for this. Yeah, that would be lovely. Oh, let me see that, Anna. It is trending. That's crazy. How have we been trending for 3 days? Just found a funny one. Oh yeah, the @Lee Draws Good on Twitter has been doing some very funny ones with Furbies, which I love seeing all the kind of like weird takes on the challenge. Those are always super fun. There's people who have been doing cute stuff, and here @Lee Draws Good has done a couple Kirby's. I love this one. 2 failed experiments. The prompt for this one was experiment, of course. Kept for study to perfect the final products. And it's a Furby and a worm on a string. Delightful. I just love them. And then they made this, an interesting study found tucked away in a book of local fauna, and it's Furby, Parvus amica, and it's full of little cute little details, like the sketch of the face, the skeleton. I think it's meant to be a bird because it has I think it's based on a bird of some kind. We can see like a couple of cute little Furbies and a long Furby right there. Really cool, and a few locks of Furby hair. Just such a fun little take, honestly. Love seeing that. So yeah, some very fun takes. I recommend going through the cursed footage. I'm gonna remove the mobile thing. Oh, that's gonna die. Hold on. There we go. That should work. Yeah, there we go. So you can just go through the found footage, cursed footage hashtag on Twitter, and just scroll down and find like very cool Is this a 3D render? Yeah, that's Steph. That's Anafabulaic, who makes some fantastic 3D renders for mostly for SCP. Like, look at that cool lighting though. I've seen it on the trending tab pretty much all day today. That's crazy. That's so cool. But yeah, people have been doing some really fun things. Even to the... Is this someone made it like a physical locket? You're kidding me. Someone made a like physical art with it, which is insane. Really cool. This one's incredible, like amazing. I can't watch it. It's so... the trypophobia in this one just... Ooh, very good, very good. Anyway, I recommend giving it a look. There's even... Oh, Genry Wolf has been doing some fantastic ones too. There was some kind of radiation from the ship. Hold on, you can't read it. It became overgrown with I became overgrown with swellings, and they turned into crabs. Yes, weird dream. I love that. A person who turns into crabs. That's very cute. They also did... Where is it? Hold on. I think it was them. Oh, there it is. Really love this one. Look at this. Look at this cool face. I was sure of the goodness of his intentions, but every time I closed my eyes, even at the moment of blinking, I felt the approach of unbearable despair. And here I am, and the reason for my appearance is on the table. This deal will be my curse. The prompt for this was curse. So there's like some cursed object here, and someone who looks very messed up. Okay, Jenna, you have a great night. Thanks again for the raid. We'll chat later. Anyway, yeah, some fantastic stuff in the cursed footage. Hashtag. I'll be giving it a quick look after the stream, retweeting some stuff too, because I really need to catch up with these. But yeah, that is the challenge we've been doing. If anybody wants to jump in, it's never too late. You can start from the beginning, or catch up from where we are, or just like watch what people have been doing. It's fantastic. We also have a Discord where people are also posting arts and writing, even stuff that you won't see on Twitter. So yeah, Discord, great place, fantastic community. It's just a bunch of queer horror nerds, and you'll love all of them. So yeah, let's get back to the statue, shall we? Before I get too distracted. You want to join the Discord? Hell yeah. It's I always feel like I have to say it's not a streamer Discord. A lot of streamers have like a Discord that's about them or the streams. This is not it. This is just a Discord that I happen to run, and it's a little horror community with a bunch of really nice folks and really talented artists. So that sounds interesting to you, definitely give it a look. Yeah, there's also a feedback channel. There's channels to post your art, both related to the specific challenge and just in general. Bunch of useful stuff. Okay. Let's see. We got these two. Wanted to maybe use this as the base for the angel's body. And kind of smudge it a little bit, kind of like it's still being made and it's made out of clay. But still have this sort of general body shape. I think would be cool. I know that angels tend to be like a bit genderless in presentation. But I really like the look of these, the Greek statue like these. They're cool. Streaming for 2 hours and a half and have 5 layers. We've been chatting a lot. And that is fine. How Hagia Sophia but a bug? Explain yourself. I think we could have it like kind of mixed at the legs with the neck area here with like the smudged clay area here. I'll slap googly eyes on every piece of art you do, but I'm trying to be more cheesy. I can build on my points. You're saving up? What are you saving up for, Mactel? What evil are you planning? What is the kind of insects that is usually represented as angels? I've done like the general insects I've been using for this series is all the insects that can do full metamorphosis. That's the one that have 3 distinct phases of larva, pupa, and adult. That encompasses a lot of insects, but that includes every butterfly, moth, ants, bees and wasps, flies, mosquitoes, every beetle. Missing a few, I bet. It includes a bunch of like the classic insects that you'd think about. Like it's a very, very large super order of insects. Larva, pupa, and tyrant. As Pokemon taught us. I love that. Saving up my points to get you to completely remove me from a picture so we can test the remove from Photoshop, remove from real life theory. I like that. Dragonflies, nope. They don't do full metamorphosis. Oh, what's that? Oh, a grand hidden cathedral. That would be fun, yeah. We actually have a similar idea planned for the Lycanthrope series. With a underground hidden cathedral. It's still in the planning stages, so we'll see what comes out of that, but it's still an idea. A year ago, I made a game about giant moths. Hell yeah, that sounds cool. Okay, I don't know if that would be a bit like small for our frame. Maybe we should change the framing of this. What if we did that? Yeah. Okay, let's do a thing. Give me a moment. We'll move all of this up to the artist.psd. Well, first I will save artist.psd. Then I'll save this as statue.psd. Because it's open a different thing. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so I wanted the same framing as the other one, so we keep it all in the same ratio. Hey router, how are you doing? How's your cursed footage going? I don't know if you posted anything today, because I haven't been catching up. Yeah, it's bad. Let me know if you did. Okay, so what I wanted to do here is essentially just make this larger. First post is up. You're fast, Hammy. Hell yeah. Let's save it on my tabs here. Been out and about all day. Finally gonna do it now. Hell yeah. Do you have an idea for it, or are you just gonna wing it? I bet you have an idea for it. I know you like medical horror stuff. Okay, so maybe something like this, where the legs kind of blend in with what used to be the neck here. Kind of the smudgy parts at the bottom of the statue. I was chatting with a friend. Originally I was going to do a medical horror thing, but now I'm going to take a different interpretation of the word infection. Interesting. What you going to do? You can spoil this if you want, or you can keep it a surprise. Both are acceptable options. So, okay, here we have a different face in case we need it. We can fit the lighting as well. It's a similar sculpturesque type of face. Similar hair, even. So you're doing Megalomorpha today. What is going to happen to this lovely statue? It's going to turn into an angel and a bug, both at once. Yeah, this part of Megalomorpha is going to be all about an artist from the late 19th century in the era of Impressionism. And he becomes obsessed. Like he sees a bug angel. He sees a bug essentially, big bug, Megalomorpha, and he becomes obsessed with it to the point of it becomes the only thing he ever does. He only paints and sculpts and writes about this encounter with an angel that he had. I want to I kind of like the idea of having the face be a separate, or the neck and face be a separate layer, because I want to twist it in a weird way to make it feel unnatural. So if you're wondering, hey, this looks a bit unnatural, yep, that is on purpose. I want to make it feel uncanny and weird. Like still like a beautiful Greek sculpture, but it's off. Like the pose is off. My friend's in Cybersec and we're talking about Stuxnet. I don't know what that is, and other viruses, so I guess that is a virus. And started talking about wetware, which is basically a biological material used in computing. Ooh, very cool. Gonna do computer virus, that's also a person virus. I love that. Wetware. That sounds horrible. Start lining my eye moon. Nice. Can't wait to see how that comes out. Just gonna shift that edge inwards a little bit. We're gonna make it blurrier. I think I accidentally cut off a little bit of the hair. Ooh, wrong tool. There we go. Let's see, a little bit here. There we go. Just fixing up that edge. There might be a little bit of adjusting to do on each of these parts, but they should serve as a nice base, I hope. Feels like the material they're made of is feels slightly different between each part, but hopefully we can fix that up later. Stuxnet was one of the biggest cyber warfare incidents in modern history. US-Israeli developed virus that infested the Iranian nuclear program for years before suddenly activating and making all the centrifuges nuclear material spin out of control and melt down an entire facility? You're kidding, that's incredible. Kneecapped the Iranian nuclear program nearly overnight. Damn. That is insane. Yeah, that definitely sounds like could be a cool inspiration for a story. It's a crazy field. Seems like it for sure. I wonder if we should do anything for arms or if we should keep the armless thing. Because what I wanted is to feel like it's maybe trying to imitate Greek art. Like the ancient classics, but adding some weird things to it. To make it into this weird angel. We're also, okay, so the whole story here about this artist, since it's going to be very focused on this one person, we're going to try and make it a bit of a character study of this artist that goes insane over the bugs. And yeah, we're gonna try and, like, through the art express some of his like personal concerns and stuff. Should be quite interesting. I really like doing that. I really like using a horror story as an excuse to just deliver a cool character arc or a cool character story. I think there was an incident a few months ago where the hospital's entire power and data management system got hacked and held for ransom. Yeah, ransomware and hospitals has been a thing. I think for I've seen a few cases over the last few years. It's crazy. Like holding all your patients' information for ransom is insane. Praying mantis arms. Like I said before, mantises are not part of this series because they don't do full metamorphosis. They are cool though. But I want to do insect wings. We're gonna focus it on bees because I like bees. No, we don't need any other reason. Bees are cool. We can go to iNaturalist. We can go to a specific page that might have even better photos. Let me quickly check. USGS inventory. I knew that would come in handy. US Geological Survey being a government agency, has to legally release all their photos to the public domain, and they take very good photos. So they have a whole album on Flickr about all sorts of different bugs, not only bees. Its name is called Bee Inventory, but yo, this is a very good one. Is it a new one? No, 2014. I hadn't seen it before. Love a good pupa. Opening trench coat. Hey kid, wanna buy some bees? Has there ever been a bee megalomorpha yet? Not strictly, but there have been some bee parts here and there. So yeah, this page just like get a load of these. Hold on, photo stream is where you see all of them. Get a load of these bees and wasps and other cool fellas. They're so good. So I really like carpenter bees and bees that are pretty dark tinted. Sometimes they have very cool dark wings as well that can really be useful for this sort of thing. I know because I have done it before. I love bees, but I'm terrified of wasps. Fair enough. Wasps are horrible little beasts of nature, and I love them. Megalomorpha, does it pertain to anything that's large? Yep. Good call that, large. If you don't know Megalomorpha, for anyone in chat that doesn't know. Here you go. Okay, let's see. I'm looking for something with cool wings that I can separate. So anything from the front probably, or from the back should do. Maybe with two different, slightly different angles for the wings. Like we could use these. These are good. They are fairly opaque, so I don't mind the color. It's gonna be black and white, so ignore that. As cool as it is, I love the iridescent colors. But we just gotta think about the shape. So let me give that one a download. Might be good, but I would like maybe one set of wings that is a bit like more bent in like this, seen at an angle, and the other one is splayed out. Hey, these ones are good. Saw a video recently of a wasp eating a tiny scrap of steak from someone's plate. Yeah, wasps they'll eat anything. Species of wasp that insects its eggs into other bugs. Yeah, that is the tarantula hawk wasp. Because they attack tarantulas. And they'll inject their eggs into the tarantulas, which will then hatch inside and eat the tarantula from the inside out. Very cool. Nature is fucked up, actually. Yeah, just arrived. What's the project? We are working on Megalomorpha, which is my main series about large bugs. Currently, we're trying to find wings. We're making a statue that mixes angel features and insect features. Bees. There's multiple parasitoid wasps. Yeah, of course. I think the tarantula hawks are the most well-known ones, and they also look really cool, but not the only ones, of course. Your title is Be Not Afraid. Okay, well, I will do that right now. Be not afraid. Done. Thank you, Rounder. Thank you for the save reminder. Believe me, I've just saved. You just can't see it because I'm on this view. But trust me. Whoa! Really cool wings. These are perfect, pretty much. Not these. These. Look at that. Save, you fool. I've done so, I've done so. Trust me. This one's very good. It just has some cool shapes to it too. So I think this is the one. I don't know what this even is. What is this meant to be? Xylocopa iridae penis. Penis. Nearly. It's very cool. That is a cool ass bug. Like, look at that. Just jet black, the gothest of bees. It's a subtype of carpenter bees. Carpenter bees are fantastic. Did I download this already? Nope, but I will right now. They look awesome, right? The goth tank class of the bees, exactly. Vulture bees that make honey from meat. Yeah, those are cool too. Insects are very cool. Hey, here's that carpenter bee again. Beautiful wings too. I don't know which ones I prefer actually. Very similar. I think it will come down to the ones that are easier to select. But both of these are quite good, so we'll download them both. B2. And cicadas are cool. Unfortunately, cicadas are not. Don't do full metamorphosis, which is the only error in the Megalomorpha series. Is that very early on, before I figured out the full lore for it, I did one of these, a cicada molt. Bees 2, the sequel to Bees. This one has some cool antennae. And the eyes, the ocelli. Did you guys ever see bees up close enough to see their extra eyes? Look at those. Look at those things. Most bees and wasps have it. They're very simple eyes that are around the main compound ones. Like each of these is a single eye instead of, you know, the tiny, like many eyes that are in the compound ones. I think they're just used to detect simple light. Teach me a word in Spanish. Bee is abeja. With a B, ironically. Goofy mosquito pupa. Yeah, there's some fun mosquito pupas. I would like to add ocelli like these to the statue. Maybe just using the actual eyes of the statue. Okay, will this one work? Maybe? Again, has a tilted lean to it, which could work for the tilted head of the statue. So I will give it a download, because those are cool antennae. It doesn't sound as silly as bee does in English. Yeah, bee is fun, because it's very simple. Simple yet effective. In French, abeille, just like abeja, yeah. What did you just find on Twitter? Googly Eye stickers. Those are really cute. I just love this collection. Just like, look at those, all these beautiful, super close-up shots of bees. And sometimes a cute jumping spider. How do you feel about fairy flies? I don't know about fairy flies, but let me check them out. Oh, these are fun. Huh, those are wings, are they? What kind of bug is that? Fairy flies or fairy wasps. It's a type of wasp. You're kidding. They include the world's smallest known insects. Whoa. That's very cool. I want to see their larvae. Talk a lot about mating and not a lot about larvae. They're so weird. Yeah, those are cool. I think as a design element, it might be a fun one to include somewhere. Whoa, what? It's weird as hell. They literally swim through the air. Love that. They have really cool wings. Tiny, tiny little fellas. They kind of grab onto her and pull themselves forward. That's very cool. I really love these wing shapes, specifically these ones. They look like petals. Extremely tiny. Well, those are definitely fun ones to maybe use as an out there design element in a future part of Megalomorpha. That'll be fun. Might be hard finding pictures of them, but like public domain pictures of them, but still. Probably worth a good try. Did I download this? Let me see. Nope. Let me download it because it has very good ocelli. These tiny little eyes. And actually it has a small but cool collection. Oh, nice. Oof, burns my eyes a little. Oh yeah, that's quite small. They do have the paddle wings, though. Lace wings are cool too, yeah. Yeah, dragonfly wings are cool, but dragonflies are very far from the evolutionary lineage we're trying to represent. What is this thing? Grasshopper face. Weird. Best picture I could find is from Wikicommons. Nice. It's cool. Thank you, Sora. Oh yeah, it's silly, but forget about adding electron microscope scans into real photos. They just look so like weird and different that they don't really work within real photos without some very, very, very heavy editing, unfortunately. Not like fully discarding it, but it is a really hard one. Yeah, Squid has been super generous with the gift subs. Thank you so much. What is this? Plague Doctor Beetle. You're kidding me? Hold on. I want to see the full body version of the Plague Doctor Beetle. Is it only these two photos? This one's not the same, it's just a Weevil. Oh, okay. Or so technician Andrews Croft has christened this unknown Weevil. So it's an unclassified Weevil. That's why it doesn't have any other photos, it's just a name they came up with. Really cool. We should do Weevils at some point in the series. They just look... Okay, Weevils look so silly, but I kinda love them. Yeah, electron microscope things feel more like a render than a photo, but it just sounds like this strange, like shimmery lighting that is very hard to remove. I love insects. Look at these cool spiky spiders. Like, they have such variety. Like, imagine if you've never seen an insect before. You've just never seen them, and suddenly they show you these photos. Wouldn't you immediately think like, oh, this is some cool alien species, right? I kind of feel like that when I see insects up close, and all the like weird and wonderful varieties. Immigrant green weevils. You got them everywhere? That's cool. Oh, I really love this picture. I've been through this collection before, which is why I know it. It's just a weird ginseng root, a ginger root, and it looks like just a little man, and I feel like it could totally just be photoshopped into something. We even have two of them from different sides. It's just a guy. Like, yeah, I'm gonna send you guys this, because I want someone to use this and Photoshop it somewhere and use it as a found footage thing. And I love how the team here that does all these photos totally photographed that root just because it looked like a person. Just look at weird insects forever, exactly. It's great, like huge props to the people doing these photos. Look at this little thing here, a mole cricket. Have you ever seen a mole cricket? They literally just look like moles. Look at them. They have little things to dig with. They have little digging claws. Look at them. Mole crickets. So cute. Look, this one's just another little man, just standing, standing like hands on his waist. Okay, it might seem like I'm distracted doing nothing, but I'm looking for mouth parts. I'm actually looking for cool mouths that we can add to this statue. Like these ones. Might try to base each of the prompts as a paragraph from different fictional characters that I think fit the prompts. That sounds fun. Totally go for it. USGS is a really cool organization. They really seem like it. There's also, I wish we can, I don't know exactly what page. They have 50 pages of this, by the way. We won't get through the whole collection because we're not insane. But, I mean, we are insane. So don't stop me if I try to continue forever. But they have, I'm repeating photos here. They have a collection of April Fool's pictures that they did, which are just insects in little cars. And they're extremely cute. I thought we were insane. Mostly me, but a big chunk of chat probably is too. Show them. I don't know exactly where they are. Maybe they are in a separate collection or something if we go to albums. Just give that a quick little look. Because the albums are based on species. Oh, we got gynandromorph, which is when it happens in bugs sometimes. Somehow the genetic components get mixed up in a way that the one half of the bug is male and one side is female, which is really cool sometimes when you see when the males and the females have different patterns. Like look at the wings here. Gynandromorph is a very interesting phenomenon. Whoa, I didn't know it happened in lobsters. Take that, Jordan Peterson. But we'll see if these silly car ones are in here. That's like 8 pages of albums. So maybe we will not find them. Non-binary. Yes, you found them, Rounder, thank you. Car full of bees overhead. Look at these. Look at this. They're so good. They just put all the other bees in a little car. And 2 little cars even. There's a pink one too. This one's so good. Down with the beanery. So there we go. You wanted to see them. Thank you, Rounder, for finding them. You probably saved us a few minutes of searching. Okay, more mouth parts. This one's pretty cool. According to Wikipedia, the cause of gynandromorphism is typically but not always an event in mitosis during early development. While the organism contains only a few cells, one of the dividing cells does not split its sex chromosomes typically. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. These are very cool. I guess we should do more bee-like mouth parts, where they have the little, how do you call it? Like, just a little straw they have on their mouth to get all the nectar. So we should definitely include that somehow. And actually it doesn't have public domain pictures of blue bees. Oh. Prebocious, yeah. Look at the cool antennae here. Very cool shape. Oh, here's a pupa. Bee pupas look like this. They're not as compact as other insects. Gonna head out. I'll spend some time looking at the USG Sleepy Hits Me. Have a good time zone. Okay, Chaos. You too have a good time zone. Okay, let's just go with the ones we have for now. I think we've explored enough, even though there are still up to 52 pages of these. It's amazing. They're very cool, but we gotta edit at some point. Also, in today's stream, I'm not super stressed about like where we get. Hopefully we can get it to a place where it's more or less finished, of course, but since I'm not going to be posting this tomorrow, I'm not super stressed about it. Okay, so we're going to put a black and white filter on top. I'll remove all the wings colors, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Okay, let's give it a sec to select. That is okay enough. Did try to select this little pole as well, but that's fine. Let's fix up that selection. And then do some manual fixes. It's very detailed. I really love the texture on those wings. Making the worst mask you've made in your entire life. Why is that? Is it a hard one? Okay, so what I'll do is a new layer. There we go. Let me see that, Rounder. Oh my god, yeah, I can understand. Roots, yeah, that is complicated. You regret your words indeed. Okay, really cool shape for these wings. They really just expand. They're gonna take over the whole canvas. Thankfully, we have some space to the left and the right if we need to. We don't really have a lot of space to the top and the bottom, but we do have space to the sides, which really helps things. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that can work. I feel like that can work. I need a little bit of doing, but we can get it done. So I'm gonna group these up. I'm gonna blur them. And then they need to match the rest of the statue. So very bright. With some fairly dark shadows, but not super black. You have to... It can't go darker than this. Okay, nice. Hell yeah, take the shortcut, knight. Work smart, not hard, exactly. Really needs a shadow on top of it. I'm gonna draw it manually. I can do for now. Oh, maybe I make the shadows not as dark, kind of just a bit more dark gray. Okay, nice. Yeah, it's nice. Gonna remove the Gaussian blur for now, because I'm gonna add that at the end. Yeah, it'll make more sense. Can they? Okay, there we go. Gonna mess with one of them a little bit so that they don't feel super copy pasted, you know? The perspective being slightly different and stuff. Task Jaws. Thank you for the follow. I'm also gonna move him up slightly. So they come out of the shoulders. Thank you for the save reminder. I appreciate it. Since we have some background, just gonna move things around. Be not afraid. That was thanks to Rounder's suggestion for this stream title. Thank you, Rounder. Yes, we're doing some insects and angels as statues. I'd like to make it look maybe like it's like the wings are folding around a little bit, which I feel like we can manage with some smart shadows. Like maybe even some puppet warping. Kind of like they embrace the angel. Gonna take these levels, which are 8, 199. 233, 8199, 233. 899, 233. Anything else there? 26. Yeah, I'm just copying the numbers from one to the other. 26. So I can remove the levels from there. Make things a little bit easier for myself. Give this a Gaussian. Same for this. There we go. Secretly also use the save reminders for myself. How do you crunch your art to hide the editing? Many different ways. I mostly do that at the end stages when I'm pretty much done with things. One good way is adding a lot of grain and making that grain thick. I use a camera raw filter for that. So you go to you put all the image in one single layer. You go to filter, camera raw filter, and then go to the effects and make some grain and make it large. If you want to do that, but in the more digital sense, you can just export Ctrl Alt Shift W. It's ridiculous, but that's the shortcut. You can also find it on the file export and export as. And you just go with JPEG, put the quality load as low as possible and the scale like 20% or something like that. Save it, put it back on top on the document and see what it looks like. Thick grain. His art isn't edited. What do you mean? Yeah, what's that? What's that accusation? How dare you? No, okay, that won't help. Feathering that edge inwards, it should help clear the edge here between both these elements. Have you considered simply crunching it with your teeth? That works too. With my two gravestone teeth, exactly. Okay, so doing the puppet warp, pulling them in different directions also helps with the effects. Okay, now something I think we should do is make those wings thicker. Of course, we are using super thin, nearly translucent insect wings for this, which is maybe not really realistic to do for a sculpture. Maybe you actually need to, you know, use stone or marble or wherever this is that will last you. You know, just some basic stuff. So I'm thinking I could thicken that a little bit. Puppet warp can be finicky, but when it works right, that's some magic shit, absolutely. Saint Bernard, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I'm just kind of roughly drawing the edges I want for now. And then we'll kind of paint on those. We'll use them as bases essentially. Yeah, in this case, I'm just gonna hand draw it and then add some texture on top of it. I'm just going with the path of least resistance. I got some basic layers here. I might try to make them a bit more solid. There we go. And now on top of those, I can just get a regular layer. Maybe copy some textures from the wings, since it's supposed to be part of the wing as well. Just add those on top. Yeah, that could work. How long does it take for the saver matter to restock? A few minutes. It's just so people don't spam it, because it's a cheap reward. So I know some people would be annoying with it. So I don't know, 10 minutes, something like that. Okay, let's see. Can make some shadows below it too. Make it feel like it's two different surfaces. Obviously, this part should actually be quite darker. Being silly there. Okay. Oh, why is it all whites? There we go. Would the winged bug people be able to fly? Or would the wings big too small together? Fat little bodies off the ground. Well, in this case, it's a metaphorical representation, so it's not supposed to be the bug people. It's just like what this person, what this artist kind of believes he saw. But the actual bug it's based off, yeah, I can probably fly. Though something with these proportions couldn't really fly in real life. But yeah, just a metaphor. We'll have to fix up a couple things there, but it'll do its job for now. Let's keep doing the shadows. Okay, we need some more shadows on the body of the angel's torso here. Let's see. Like, what kind of lighting do we actually have in the base photo? Very overhead, actually. Overhead and left a little bit, so this little bright part. This is the lighting bleeding. So this, if it is in front, kind of covering in front of the body, it would do a big shadow here, I feel like. Let's kind of draw something and put it in soft light or summer overlay. Just in normal and low opacity. Due to the loss of aviation, they can indeed fly, exactly. Put some pet pics on Discord, nice. Okay, so this, create a shadow there. Something like this, perhaps. Just kind of guessing at the type of shadow it would have. Just painting it really roughly at the moment, but kind of guessing the shapes, and then we will try to make it realistic if possible. Oh yeah, it's true, you have hermit crabs. Absolute nuisances? What did it do? Just knocked out, so I'm taking a hint and getting some sleep. Hell yeah, get some sleep, Hammy. Thanks for coming. Okay, so we're gonna blur this sequentially by using a very feathered, I think like 200 pixels or so. very feathered selection. I'm gonna blur this by steps. We'll do more prompts after I wake up. Hell yeah, good luck. You'd think crabs would be quiet, but they bang their shells on the glass when they move around. They have taken to either eating spare shells on the water balls, or just turning the balls upside down, or wreaking havoc. You go, little guys. Okay, so I'm gonna separate this into an overlay and a normal layer, with the overlay layer being a bit stronger, and the normal layer being lower opacity. Just hopefully figuring out a good combination between the two. Feel more realistic? Don't know, maybe I like just normal more. There are some very strong highlights, and overlay doesn't really work on those. Anarcho crabs, crustacean devastation. Okay, now this needs a big old shadow. To just match the rest, you know? It's supposed to be casting a shadow on top of this, so most of it will be in shadow by that definition. They're burrowing animals. They just keep digging around. You know, doing their thing. Good for them, good for them. Okay, let's see. What moment did I decide to make really complicated wings that fold around the body? That one was on me. I take the blame for that one. Also, for some reason, choosing this very complicated lighting where things cast shadows on each other, instead of, you know, a soft Tempered lighting, that's a bit easier to manage. But no, I have to choose the weird one. Because I'm weird like that. Okay, let's figure out something for the face for now. We'll probably come back to the wings and the shadows around them. Let's figure a couple things out for the face. Here is our face. Okay, we have some antennae. These and these. Maybe these would work better. Finally made my day 4 entry. Hell yeah, glad you made it. Wings are pretty though. Good. So we're doing good then. Got ahead for now. Thank you so much, Task. Or how will you pronounce it? Have a great time zone. And Ali Miratek? I don't know how to pronounce that. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. One of my main character traits, I never know how to pronounce people's names. What did you do? Oh, the ginseng root. Oh, that looks fantastic. Here's what squid. Hold on, let me copy this. Here's what squid did with the ginseng roots. Look at that. Oh, it's perfect. Works so well. I'm glad you gave it some use. Like Tosh. Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. Okay, will this work? I wonder. Well, I guess if this sculpture magically managed to make these super thin wings work on a sculpture, they can probably handle the antennae as well. They can do that no problem. And thank you for the save reminder. Oh, didn't know I got Discord notifications. Oh, it's because I had it open in browser. It scared me. Is your entry? He came from my girlfriend. Oh, that's cute. Very cool. Oh, it was my Discord. Yeah, no, I'm usually on streamer mode. But oh, that was my skull. Had a project using Photoshop. 5 hours and it never saved. Oh no. That's the worst. There was autosave. Yeah, okay. You got it saved. Thankfully. Yeah, autosave has really saved my life in multiple occasions. I'm gonna remove this part of the antennae, because I don't know where to fit it. There's eyes in the middle. I'm gonna do something like this. I feel like they fit well in this. Okay, Mactel, you have a great night. Thanks for coming. See you on the next one, I hope. Okay, lighting. Gotta figure that out. Pretty complex lighting in this scene because we're gonna be adding a bunch of stuff, and it's gonna be like all kind of cross over each other, intermingle. So we're gonna have to do a lot of projection shadows from one element to the other every time we add something, which really increases the complexity. Go to sleep and keep the stream on the background to rack up those sweet points. Hey, that's illegal. You have a good night, Anna. Can't wait to see your take on the bug. Nope, no pressure, of course. Eventually. You can take all the time in the world. Okay, so it needs to cast a shadow. Okay, from here down. So this antenna should go down here, pretty straightforward, and this one should go a bit more to the right. I think. We shall check. Should be done by tomorrow. Whoa. Hell yeah. Cannot wait. Okay, lighting from there. I don't know if that'll be perfect, but it will hopefully be good enough. You'd think with my obsession with bugs there'd be more bug monsters. Weird little horror world. That was so hard to say for some weird reason. It's only one, two if you squint. Well, you know what that means. Time to make more. More creepy little bug monsters. Okay, we got one shadow. While the other one should go here. Browsing your website, the Fractal series. Glad you like it. It's next to the Megalomorpha series, which is this one I'm working on. It's kind of my main main ongoing thing. Recently posted the latest part, which is the one right at the bottom of that. But on the last day of this challenge, which will be next on the 9th, because I'm working on these one day in advance, on the 9th we'll be doing one picture for the next part of the fractal series. So that way we'll have 1 out of 3. Okay, we're getting there. Whoa, we got the bot of the stream. Had been a minute. Didn't want to shove bugs into it. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, are you stuck? No, okay, good. Don't worry, took care of the bots quickly. They won't be able to harm us here. Okay, a face. Oh, I also need to fix up the lighting on the face itself. With some normal and some soft lights. We have the lighting coming from here, so anything, like, we just have to adjust the angle of it a little bit. Anything below the eyes would be a bit darker. That's like in direct opposition to the lights. And it'll also make it creepier, so... I recognize the song. It's from Plants vs. Zombies. It's a jazz album of covers of that song. It's cool. Covers of that game, sorry. Biggest monsters in the world is a weird alien moth colony. Nice. That sounds cool. Let's see, that might be too strong on the eyes perhaps, but let's keep going. The book Piranesi. Oh, that's a great book. Read it recently, just a few months ago. Really recommend Piranesi to anyone wanting some architectural horror and just some cool world building. The audiobook in English is really good. Can't attest to that since I didn't listen to the audiobook, but I will take your word for it. So let's have it out on Twitter. Are you the creator of the weird stories of giant insects? That it will be me, exactly. Welcome. I'm doing exactly that right now. Doing a angel-like insects statue. Trying to work on the lighting a little bit. Try not to go too dark in some areas because I'm going a bit overboard. Okay, we'll need to add some mouth parts, so I should try not to focus that much on the mouth, since, you know, we gotta cover that. Not that important, I guess. Thank you so much for the follow. How do you pronounce that? Akeminiki. I think. Okay, so in terms of the face. Oh, and the idea here is that since we're going to do several pieces of art related to this insect's angel, quote unquote, we are gonna, with each of them, make them less angel and more insect, if that makes sense. So the idea is to, maybe this one will be like one of the first that we'll see at the beginning of it, and that's kind of how we visualize his brainwashing. Is that he's slowly seeing less of the angel that he thought he had seen at first and more of the insect. So yeah, this could be like some in-between stage or some earlier stage, depending on how many pieces we go and what we choose to do. We're also gonna give this some ocelli. Ocelli are, if you missed the explanation before, 3 little simple eyes that many insects have on their foreheads, just to detect some basic light. Also, oh, this is cool. Yeah, while we're at it, I'm gonna take that opportunity to add some of those textures, chitinous textures. Wherever I can. Just make things slightly grosser, as one does. I forgot whose song that was. Which song? Hold on, I need to smooth these edge outs. Okay, it's gonna look weird if I don't. It needs to be a little bit blurrier. Okay. So we essentially got to make this very, very bright to match the this like stone or marble, wherever it is. Masculine urge to make your base photo black and white so you don't have to deal with colors. That is a blessing and a curse, because dealing with black and white, you also have to be like way more careful of values and composition, because you gotta make things pop, and without being able to use colors to make things pop, you have like less options, fewer options. Just a small thing, but it hopefully gives it a little bit more of an insectoid vibe. Gotta blur it a bit though, it's way too detailed. And for the eyes that I'm adding, they're not supposed to be real eyes, unless this person is magically able to make statues that are alive. That's for another story. But yeah, instead of making them feel translucent, they should feel like the regular eyes, kind of like made out of stone with their own shadow, etc. All the good stuff. There we go, nice. Thank you for the savior matter. What would I do without you guys, honestly? Okay, so we have the ocelli, we have the antennae, we are missing a insect mouth. Simplify make things easier, but also makes every small mistake stand out so much more. True. Same principle applies to Photoshop, I'd say, Steely. Okay, so we need something for the mouth. We got this, not the best. This one we can't really see the mouth parts from the front. This one might be a bit better, or we can change like the entire lower part of the face into this. It's also a B, so it makes sense. This one's also a B, and we could totally use that as well. And this one has a little prebocious, which is nice. And also, it's pretty symmetrical. Let's try that one. That last one. Totally didn't redeem because I just saved my drawing. Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me as you remind yourself. Still don't know how to spell the name of the eye thing you're talking about, but it sounds like it's spelled like the Catalan word ocel, which means bird. Interesting. Which is good considering this is about bees, yeah. Yeah, exactly like that, but with an I at the end. Are you from Catalonia? Are you a late night owl like me? So we could add this here. We're kind of covering up the nose there, but don't worry, we'll bring it back. The difficult thing is that this is very, very dark, like chitin, very black, and we need it to be pretty much white. 6 a.m. Yeah, it's 5 here. I'm just 1 hour behind most of y'all. I mean, Europeans. We're in the US. We've been listening to a lot of Iberian music. Oh, interesting. Acquiring Catalan, Galician, and Asturian by accident. Well, I am from Asturias originally. Not living there at the moment, but that's very cool. Something like this could work. Obviously, we can't do super hairy because it's a statue, you know? But I really like those textures. Maybe if we simplify them a bit or something. I don't know, we can figure something out. For now, we gotta fix the colors up. We'll need something like these. Time. I don't think I have that command working, but 4 hours exactly right now. Gonna add a filter mask and try to remove some parts of the filter to create a little bit of shadow. Any music in the language? Don't know many. At least at the top. See, I've heard a few, but I don't know any of the names off the top of my head. I'll let you know if I can think of them. This kind of feels like a little mouth when you put that on there. I don't know if I love it. It kind of feels like a smiley little mouth. I don't know if that's what we want, you know? Evil grin with a pointy beard, kinda, yeah? I feel like we can take the prebocious on its own, kind of give it a little, make it flop a little bit so it's not completely straight down. It just kind of does a shape there that'll go well with the antennae. We'll kind of flow with them. The biggest problem is making this as bright as it needs to be. Because it needs to be very bright. I'm wondering if I can do something here. If I remove the levels, I just invert it. That won't really help. Okay, let's maybe try to find other mouth parts. See what else we can get. We got these ones. These ones are very like easily distinguishable. I mean, maybe we can just take one mouth part and one different like proboscis. They don't need to be the same thing, the same layers. Let's put this below. There we go. Okay, so let's just select the mouth parts out. I wonder if I should do compound eyes instead of the regular ones. What do you guys think? Should we keep the regular human eyes for now? Maybe leave the more bug-shaped stuff for other statues? Problem is, I don't know how compound eyes, especially the bees ones, would really fit with that human face. I feel like we might need to start from a bug's face and add then human elements to it. Kind of go from the opposite direction to make the compound eyes work. I don't know. Oh, it looks cool. Because like compound eyes, they take a whole side of the face, essentially. So yeah, that can really be an issue. I think we'll try it onto another statue. Also, you know what I was thinking? Not for this scene, but for the... Where is it? Did I close it? Why did I call it? Artist, I think? Yeah. For this piece, which is going to be the artist and his workshop with a bunch of little things, we're gonna definitely add whatever statue we make here, but I also want to add like little things to the background that won't be as important, just like background filler stuff. I thought we could maybe use AI for those. Just like let AI create a bunch of weird statues with like tell it to create a statue with insectoid parts and wings and angel and stuff. Like just give it words like that and see what it does. And if it comes up with anything cool, we just throw it in there. Because I think I told you guys yesterday, but I got access to the DALL-E 2 beta. It finally gave me after months of being on the wait list. Now I can use it. And they're pretty lenient with their commercial terms, so you can technically use it for anything. Background liner done, nice. You got this. Okay, I'm gonna try and cut that down a little. Okay, now we put a layer on top with some soft light and we draw a bunch of shadows and whatever we need. With a normal layer under that too. Try to make it fit the rest and hopefully that'll work. I don't know. Still not 100% sold on these mouth parts, but we can do it. Like we definitely need some cool bug mandible or proboscis or something to finish the face. Though we can leave the actual mouth inside, or at least a hint of it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we remove the mouth entirely? Let it be bug only, or should we try and keep it? I kind of like the upper lip here. Just like that. Maybe not the whole mouth, but the upper lip. Like it's still somewhere in the middle point between human and bug. Come out of the mouth. The mouth is too small for that, I think. Looks like a beard. Kinda, yeah, that's true. This song always trips me out because it has like sirens in the background. And I always think they come from outside. It's weird because I never really hear any street sounds from here. But they still always trick my little monkey brain. I don't know, does it look less beard-like? I think it's pretty similar in that regard. Knock knock, is the Adobe Hit team. They finally found me. Geo, thank you so much for the follow. I think I'm turning around on the mouth. I think I might go mouthless. Because I'm looking at it from outside, from far away. It feels like there was like a lot going on. It was not as readable with the mouth in there. And with this I can make it slightly simpler, just more readable, because we're going to be looking at it from this side, not from this one. So maybe I'll simplify like that. We'll see. I can always come back, try it again. Let's try that for now. What we do need to make is the middle of the two of the two, how do you call that, mandibles, visible from here. Maybe rotate them a little bit. No mouths. Change that music. I feel like the hardest part so far of this edit has been turning very dark bug parts into this, you know, very bright stone or whatever material this is made out of. Really hard to put those two together, I would say. Why does Sora have crap women on demand? Never ask a magician for their trick. Okay, anything else? Anything else we should add to this? Well, obviously there's the 6 limbs of an insect, which I don't really know how to implement in this case because limbs are cut off. But maybe we could use that somehow. Maybe a couple more cut off limbs. From the same, I think we can pull them from the same image if we're smart about it. I think we can pull it from the body here. Just obtain this little cutoff section. And same for this one. And hopefully we can manage to make it work. Maybe we can do a sort of whatchamacallit, like Vitruvian Man, where the arms are extended, the forearms are extended, but they're cut off. Ooh, he got constructive criticism. Let me check. Let me take a look. 1 sec. There it is. Put it up here. It's very nice. I like your style. Milady. Really cool perspective that you set up. I love it. I love this little bench. I don't have a lot to say here. The poses are kind of dynamic and nice. You said you worked with animation, which really I think that really shows there. I think maybe in terms of the pose, having this foot here a little bit more raised up, or we can see a little bit of the sole or something. That might require just moving the entire leg, which I mean that may not be worth it. Still want to empty my points. That's cool. Really cool stuff. I like your style. Yeah, of course, like what I'm gonna be able to say about, like at the end of the day, I'll just give my honest opinion on whatever is sent my way, but obviously I'm gonna be better at talking about things that I'm more familiar with. Localigi? I don't know if that's how we pronounce it. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so the Vitruvian man here. The idea was hopping around in my brain, was doing something similar to this. We can see like little stumps of the other two arms, but they are cut off as well. We would have to do the lighting and stuff, obviously, but just to get like a real quick idea. Or maybe even instead of like extended like a Vitruvian man, maybe they can be behind. You know, the same type of pose, but it's cut off at different points. I guess I could make these arms smaller too. Don't need to be super big. Sounds good, Steely. I'd be delighted to see your take on the challenge. You have a good night. It's a challenge? Well, challenge can be real fun, so hope you can find some time for it if you want. So a bit more understated in this case, but it could totally work, I think. Thank you, Steely. Yeah, that's like maybe a bit too subtle, but I just don't know where I could put these arms. We do need 6 arms, but the trouble is where to put them, I guess. Yeah, I figured that either the artist made them like pre-cut them, essentially like just made them up to this point, or the artist kind of got frustrated with his own creation, like, no, this is not the right one, so he broke the statue. Okay, what other elements can we add? Are more insect-like elements or angel-like elements? I think both could still be added. The face, I think we got it figured out pretty much. I can retouch the shadows on the body slightly. Not a major thing, but as I think of more stuff, that can be a good way to spend my time. Cake? You and me are the sky. Halo, of course. Why didn't I think of a halo? Let's see. Adding a bit more shadow to all the edges that are in front or kind of opposite to the lighting there. So anything that was already in shadow in those areas, I'll exaggerate it a little bit more. Obviously there's the area right behind this, which will be in shadow just by virtue of being under the wing. Also, I think I'm gonna do a little bit more Gaussian blur on here, because I want to remove some of that texture. And then I'm gonna do some sharpening. Let's see. Removing Gaussian blur. Give it a sec. Okay. It's really making my computer huff. It does not want to do this. Yeah, like maybe we can do maybe we can do another halo similar to the other angels, but that might be repeating the same thing a bit too much. So I don't know, what kind of halo should we give it? Maybe some kind of solid... here's an idea. Okay. Yeah, I think this might be cool. So the wings kind of feel metallic by their own, you know, just because of their own design. So maybe we have both the wings and a halo made out of metal with similar textures to it. So we make a halo out of insect wing that is just a solid circle right behind the face. What do you think? What do you guys think about that? Is that sound like anything? Just to make something different to the you know, stag beetle thing that we did already. Insects and angels have one thing in common, not represented here yet. All eyes. We already have extra eyes. So maybe we increase the contrast of the wings a little bit to make them feel like, to lean into that metallic thing, make them clearly metallic. Because they already kind of feel like that. So it's just about increasing the contrast a little, both of them. Okay, and then let me get this one. Nice. Has some really nice textures. So what I'll do is select both pairs wings. Photoshop should hopefully do a great job here. I don't think it'll have a problem. Okay, that seems fairly good. Now let me just push this on top because it'll be easier to work with. There we go. Okay. Small things, small things. Seems like we still missed a little bit of the background there. There we go. Now we lean into that metallic sheen once again. Can't go hyper dark or hyper bright. That's just not within the limits of the image. Now I'll make these selections. I'll just shift them inside, feather them a bit. And blur the whole thing a little. A little bit more highlights, I think. Okay. So now I just copy this into its own layer. You can put them all together. Just make them nearly touch. Don't need to be exactly stuck together. Maybe if we leave a little bit of space between them, they can still feel slightly like wings. And yeah, that'll make a good halo. We just need to make it rounder, and I think we'll be good. It's not talking about you rounder. Let's see. It's not all about you, dude. Come on. Rounder is also a word. It's not only you. Hold on. I'll do this while in a smart object so I don't mess things up too much. Okay, try to make this circular. I mean, if they ever give me a halo because I become a saint or whatever, they better give me this one, because that's much doper than any other halo I've seen. What about Master Chief? That's another good Halo, yeah. Halo Master Chief, the protagonist from Halo, if you guys didn't know. That's his name. It's canon. Love this Halo decision? Hell yeah. John Halo Master Chief, exactly. The one and only that we know and love. Was it? Doesn't want to give me. There we go. Photoshop loves to be annoying at random intervals. Suddenly telling you, nope, not gonna. I know you pressed on the shortcuts, but I'm not gonna open that. Simply refuse. Okay. Now the halo should fit without cutting it into anything. Very metallic, which I like. It has this part here that bothers me slightly, this dark area. So I'm thinking I'm gonna open a new layer, cover that up with some of the brighter zone, like so, and then do some shadows. I do want it to have shadows because I want the face to still be, you know, visible against the halo, which is very complicated, you know? I still want it to, you know, pop out. But we can't do that many shadows on the metallic objects like this. It'll also make it feel kind of rounded. Not rounded. Not like a flat surface, which is what we want. Which is a bit annoying. So maybe we really brighten the edges of it to, you know, make the more visible part the round halo that we know and love. And then make the inside fairly dark. Let's cover it up a little. And that'll need some levels. I don't know, should we turn the halo with the head, or should the head be like slightly off center in the halo? You know, kind of like the halo, it's attached to the shoulders, so it's like its movement is independent from the rest of the face. which I kind of like. I kind of like that sort of, you know, attached halo look. Or it's not attached, it's like just floating behind you, but it's not, it doesn't move with your head, if that makes sense. So when the head tilts like this, it's slightly off center. I don't know. Gotta try a few different styles. Like maybe one that is just flat, where everything's either dark or bright. So it feels like maybe the light is not really hitting it with the angle, but yeah, that kind of gives it more, gives the whole head more visibility. Like now you can read it against the rest, which is quite nice. And the other test I wanted to do is the other way around, where I make it super, super bright. And that's what makes the face pop still. I don't know. Maybe if we make it bright enough, it'll pop. At the end of the day, what we need is some contrast between the head and the halo. I like this. I like the brighter version, to be honest. Because it feels more like what it is, like what it should be, which is a flat surface right behind the head. We'll still have to trick the lighting a little bit, but okay, any other major things we're missing? Any other angel-related paraphernalia? Paraphernalia, I don't know how to pronounce that. Before we go for today. You know what? I think I'm gonna just try and try the final filters and edits, just see how it looks, and if we figure out something in between, we can just add it. We add the filters later. So let me put everything together as we like to do here. And here it is. Giving it some good old grain. In this house, every picture has grain. We'll have the grain over here. I'm gonna give this a bright vignette, which is the opposite of what I usually do, but it works for this image because it's a very bright image. And then we're gonna, oh, wow, the bathed in light vibe here, honestly, angelic. What do you think? like high contrast bathed in light. Kind of exaggerate, especially the bright areas. Turn the clarity down a little bit, which will make the some of the bright areas glow. Hopefully, is what it does. This is 0. Turn it down a little. Look how the bright areas start to glow, right? That's what I'm trying to do. Thank you for the save reminder. I can't do it within this menu, but I will do it once I get out. Saved. Yeah, okay, a few things that bother me before I can finally let go of this. Okay, a few things. The nose. The nose has lost a lot of definition, I think through the insect mouth mostly, and whatever other little insect parts that we added. It just slowly made it less and less visible to the point where now it's very hard to see. This lower part of the nose especially. Oh, the other way around. Okay, it's a nose. Then this wing here, this part there feels really way too bright. Made some progress. Oh, let me check. Nice, it's looking great. Like, I still want it to be bright. But I don't want it to be like this corner here, which is understandably like bathed in lights because it's right next to the source of light. So we do that, same to the other side. Just the soft light. There we go. Hey, the Unholy Adventure. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Let's see, other things that bother me. Yes, the background. I feel like this door right behind should either be, there's two options we can go for. We either brighten it and help like diffuse glow, right? Something like this, or soft lights. We darken it and help it contrast. I think both could potentially work quite well. So let's kind of try both. See which way we lean. Okay, so this would be version 1. And this here would be version 2. So kind of really opposite directions to take the background in. That may both work in their own ways. So this one with a high contrast, don't like it as much. This one, now we need to reduce the contrast a little bit, I feel like. Now I'm noticing something though. The shadows on the darker parts of the angel are like way too dark. So I'm gonna take the whole angel, the entire thing. Gonna group it. There it is. And we are gonna add a levels adjustment to it. We could do two things. We either add a levels adjustment to the angel or to the background. We either give the background a little bit more contrast, like so that the shadows on the angel won't be as, you know, strange, or we give the angel a little bit less contrast. Each could work fairly well. Let's try this. Try it on with the camera filter. See the difference. Doesn't seem to change a ton. Might need a bit more. Change the music too. There we go. Okay. Let's try this too. We're gonna need some investigating of these colors. So the brightest area we can... What? Just start moving around. Brightest we can get is 241. Darkest we can get is 12. 241 and 12. Nice. So that allows us to mess with things, but not in a way that will, you know, make the statue too, like the darkest part of the statue darker than whatever's in the image already. If that makes sense. We're gonna try and emphasize that high contrast look, because I think it looks good. Let's see. Okay, not bad, not bad. Let's see. I really enjoy the high contrast look, honestly. Feels like there's just a strong light outside, strong window. That's lighting up a dark room or something. I don't know. What do you feel about this? I want to hear your thoughts. Also the whole like light from above thing, which, you know, goes well with the angel theme. I might be not super convinced about this shadow right here. I feel like maybe it should go lower. Like it makes it feel like the light is coming from this side a bit too much. And it's coming from above, like so. So maybe I'll move it around a bit, but I still do like it because it gives it a very strong directional lighting, which I like. Let's see. Let's find this. That is the layer, is it? Oh, hold on. There we go. Gonna apply that layer mask. And then I'm gonna puppet warp. Can I puppet warp this so it'll look... No, it'll look like shit. Regular warp? Yeah, okay. That can do. Something more like this. And also, while I'm at it, this little shadow here should be extended to match the new lighting. And extend it towards the back as well. Should be a bit better. I keep accidentally making the boobs bigger because I'm trying to extend the shadows. You know, that happens. So there we go. Just change the directionality of the light. I think is a good change. Let's see. Go a bit harder with the highlights. That is cool. I would like to see this in real life and see because I really love mixed media sculptures and well, mixed media, like mixed material sculptures and things that incorporate metals into them. So I think this could also be cool in real life. Now with the wings and the halo just being gold. everything's pure gold, and the rest is just pure white marble statue. Real cool, I think. I'm just here living vicariously as a sculptor, because it's not something I think I could be. Requires too much patience for my silly little brain. But hey, I can be a digital sculptor. Love making little sculptures on Photoshop that don't exist. And I kind of like the narrative with the arms that are broken. Kind of like he got frustrated at some point and just broke the arms, but then tried to put it back together. Kind of like he's having this whole process, this whole artistic, like really confusing and messy artistic process, because he's very frustrated that he can't represent what he saw perfectly. So that's his whole thing, right? It's kind of the archetype of the artist who like becomes self-centered, obsessed on one topic, and can't really move past it until it's perfectly presented. And the mouth here ended up being a bit kind of blurry, a little bit, I want to say. But I don't know if I hate that. I don't think I hate that. It's kind of like the lines that draw the mouth, kind of blurry. It's still not finished, it feels. Whatever happened to drawing artistic penises? Like the marble statues? I mean, we happened to pick a female one, but there would have certainly been a penis if we had picked a male one. I mean, I don't know if Twitch would have loved that, but you know, I would have risked it. It's like, I feel like it's mild enough if it's a Greek statue, you know? But you never know. Twitch tends to be a bit inconsistent with their rules, so we never know. And I guess, would this make this plate here make a shadow on the shoulder? I guess maybe actually. Unless the light is catching it right in between both. But I think a little bit of, at least a little bit here would make sense. You know, I keep going back and forth. You will have to excuse me. Eventually I will be happy. Someday. Already posted? Hold on. Okay, let me go look. Hold on, let me put it here, actually. I was gonna put it on Photoshop, but since it has text, let's put the whole thing. Wetware was a term coined in the 1990s to refer to computers with organic elements in them. Engineers theorized viruses and engineered to infect computers from humans, but dismissed them as impossible. By 1998, Rootvine, the first cyber bioweapon, had emerged. Love this. It's kind of umbilical cord here. Some organic elements down there. I think it's kind of warped. This part is my favorite for sure. I think the hold on, let me zoom in here. What did you make? I think probably the most unrealistic part is how the plastic here is warped when you look at it a little bit, but it's pretty minor thing. You did a good mask here. I like what you did. Yeah, I really love this. Like this is the best part for sure. In terms, I shouldn't be the one giving you writing critique, but don't use engineers and engineered in the same phrase. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. I'll promise I'll never give you any writing critique again. Mr. Writer. It's fine. You gonna repost it? Okay, I bet it's early enough, so you'll be fine. Let me know, post the link when you reposted it, and I'll give you a share. Okay, trying to figure out some more shadow stuff. Okay, just a minor thing. What? Oh, we need to sign this. Yeah. Can't forget that. Where do we sign this, y'all? We got some patterns here in the back. Not a great place though. We got the clay, can be like carved into the clay. We got the wood. We got the veins here in the wings. Might be a little bit too messy. Fixed. Formulated. Better. There you go. Can't believe I outwrote Rounder House of all people. I will not let you outlive this one. Oh shit, there is one very important thing that we missed. How did I just realize this? We need to copy the whole angel. Merge. Pick it up as a selection. Full silhouette. Felt natural without the... Yeah, fair enough. Felt it's a decision then. So we posted this in the morning. Yeah, this is not a great time to post, to be honest, but you know, it's fine. I hate to post so many links. No, it's fine. That looks fantastic. Okay, so now we need to somehow warp this to all the little corners. I wonder if smudge might help. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's a strong smudge for sure. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna smudge. Not something I tend to do. Smudge is something that you should do in small intervals because it can break Photoshop because it's kind of resource intensive for some reason. I don't know, Photoshop has things. Weird little Photoshop things. I'm essentially using this as an easy way to warp the shadow as much as possible. It's also if you kind of okay, one easy way of generating a blur is picking up a little place here with smudge and just shaking it around. Not kidding, it blurs things. It's a great way of blurring. That works way better than the blur tool. If you're very strong, like if you do it with longer things, it'll take longer. It will kind of lag a little bit, but that's fine. You evil, you're gonna delete it again and repost it again? Why? That is a joke? Okay. Do you recommend posting in the morning or no? I recommend posting from... Okay, so I would say like early, like afternoon for you, probably. You know, Twitter gives you, only some people, because it's kind of a beta thing, I believe, it gives you like some analytics telling you when your followers are active on the platform. So in my case, it was like the bad hours, essentially, where no one was active, was from 1 a.m. to 1 p.m. Those 12 hours were kind of the dead zone. And the rest was good. So that is my time zone. Translate that from UK time zone to yours, and it should be fairly similar. River Sticks, thank you for the follow. Okay, I'll just finish this real quick and we'll call it a day because it's getting super late and I do need to get some sleep because I've slept for 3 hours today. So let me just real quick do a little gradient here. See if it works better. Okay, let's see. Okay, nice. Better, I would say. Okay. Actually, no, does it make sense? Not that much. Yeah, no, I completely messed up that. I just realized that no, I'm completely doing it the wrong way. It should be to the right that it makes a shadow. So something much simpler actually. Something like this. Yeah, it was much simpler than I was doing. I was being a little bit silly. Okay. Now I do actually put everything back together. And with that, I think I will call it a day, y'all. Before people start waking up around me and being bothered by me streaming. Okay, y'all, that will be all for today. Thank you so much. It's been a blast of a stream. Thank you if you stayed here from the raids. That's fantastic. Welcome, it's great to have you. And I hope I'll see you again on the next few days, because I'll be streaming every day until next Tuesday. So don't miss that. Yo, thanks again. Have a fantastic time zone. Praise the bug angels and the bug gods. And I will see you guys tomorrow for the prompt for the from the depths, which is going to be a mermaid, I think. Maybe. We'll see. It's going to be a surprise. Y'all, thank you so much. See you tomorrow.